Okay, just started the recording and I'm broadcasting out. We are live.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'd like to welcome you and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives and impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing, and provide any person with assistance in submitting an oral comment. You can provide your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section draft environmental impact report / environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during this public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen and to record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. Before we get started, I would like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. At this time, I would like to introduce Genoveva Ariano, our moderator for this virtual hearing, to outline the protocols. Genoveva?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bruce, and welcome everybody. Today I will be serving as a moderator and will go over the protocol for commenting during this public hearing and help facilitate today's public oral comment session. First, we welcome and encourage your public comment by Friday, July 31st this year on the Burbank to Los Angeles draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This date specifically was extended by the authority to increase the original 45-day comment period to a 60-day public comment period. We will continue to show the slide you see on screen as a reminder of how to provide us your comments today or anytime, again, prior to Friday, July 31st. This same information is always available to you online at the authority's website. Again, that website address is hsr.ca.gov. If you would like to watch the public hearing and not provide comments today, You can do so by going to our YouTube channel and search for California High Speed Rail. The link is also provided on your screen. In addition, the authority has created a virtual open house or a separate project website specific to the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental document. This is called www.meethsrsocal.org. And I'll say that again, www.meethsrsocal.org. It's a separate comprehensive online virtual place where you can access the complete set of environmental documents, in addition to useful videos, an interactive map, and so much more. Here too at this website, you will see the same directions on how to provide a public comment, again, by July 31st on this document. As Bruce mentioned, if you are ready to provide your formal comment today, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Speakers will be called in alphabetical order by first name online or the telephone list. Please note that it is normal practice to allow agency and elected officials to be given an opportunity to speak first. So if we have any agency or elected officials online, please be sure to self-identify with your office name on screen. When your name is called, we request each speaker to slowly and clearly state your first and last name, and if applicable, any organization you are representing. Similarly, if you are calling in today on the telephone, I will identify you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. You will hear a prompt that you are now unmuted and ready to give your comment. Oral comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The countdown will begin after the speaker has provided your name and applicable organization, if any. The time will be monitored by a timer. When the 3 minutes have been exceeded, I will let you know and ask you to exit the online meeting or to hang up the phone. This will allow me to move on to the next speaker to make their comments. This is important to ensure that as many people as possible who want to comment have an opportunity to do so. While we expect to have sufficient time during today's public hearing for over the 5-hour period, we will be concluding at 8:00 p.m. this evening. While we expect to have sufficient time to receive everyone's 3-minute comment, if it appears we may be running out of time before having everyone provide their comment, I may need to limit speaker time to 2 minutes per speaker. I will make this announcement during the hearing as needed. We have a court reporter, as Bruce mentioned, online to transcribe your comments verbatim. Again, it is important for you to speak clearly. Please state your first and last name. Speak slowly so we can accurately capture your remarks. The court reporter or I may interrupt you occasionally to ask you to spell an unusual word or to ask you to repeat something if the audio is not clear. This ensures that your comment is accurately recorded. For your information, this public hearing is also simultaneously being interpreted in Spanish via the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen. I will now ask our interpreter, who is available to us here online, to make this announcement for any Spanish speakers who may be online now. I'd like to introduce Diana Orozco. Diana, if you would like to explain those instructions for any Spanish speakers. I will continue. Just in case you were not able to hear that, si hay alguien en esta reunión que necesita traducción en español, estamos proveyendo ese servicio a través del botón en su pantalla que se dice Interpretation. Si quiere tocar ese botón, podemos proveerle la traducción de esta reunión en español. Again, the authority welcomes all public comments today or any time by Friday, July 31st. At the end of each hour, we, the panel, will take a 10-minute break. I will announce the break and announce the start time every hour. With that, I believe we are ready to begin receiving your formal public comments on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental document. To start, I'd like to give any elected officials that are online the opportunity to provide their comments first. Throughout the hearing, I will announce the next 3 speakers in order so that you will be ready when it's your turn. Okay, so make sure I have these here. I do see that we have 3 individuals with their hand raised, and I will start them in order. It does not look, as far as I can tell, that any of these are elected offices. So the first speaker we have is Steve Riboli. The following 2 speakers, if you can be prepared, we have Carla Contreras, followed by Ronnie Rudolph. Steve Riboli, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Please go right ahead with your comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Riboli, and it's a pleasure to speak with you today. First, I'm surprised and shocked that no government officials are on this call, that were allowed to speak prior to me. Because of the importance of this project, I'm speaking in regards to the Main Street Bridge overpass and roadway changes. It's an extremely large project that resembles a freeway overpass that impacts approximately 6 square blocks of properties. I'm a stakeholder in the area. We've been a stakeholder for almost over 100 years with the San Antonio Winery. My goal today is to request an extension of time, because in speaking for myself and the community, no one understands this project. The outreach has been extremely poor or negligible due to the COVID crisis. This community is made up of many, many immigrants, multi-generational families. Many don't own a computer. Many would not know how to understand the impact or read the line drawings that were presented. They're homeowners, they're business owners, and it is not fair to be experiencing this process with such a short comment period during these crisis periods of time. So I'm asking you, the board, and the board members to expand this until the COVID crisis is over, so this community can meet, see live models, a presentation showing elevations of not only what the bridge structure will look like, but the impacts to the community as well as the streets, and how their homes built on 1900 AD era streets will be impacted due to the traffic patterns. I've met with many members of the community, and I've met with many stakeholders who do not understand this, nor have they been contacted. So I'm really surprised and shocked. Here we are, July the 8th, with 2.5 weeks left of a comment period before the shutdown of the comment period, where no one understands the implications or the ramifications of this project. We have invested a tremendous amount of capital in a traffic study, which will be sent to you. Many people cannot do that. They can't afford it. It's obvious. The 2 largest stakeholders in the community besides ourselves, the 3 largest, Union Pacific Railroad, United Parcel Service, and CEMEX cement plant, have no idea about this project. So I'm saying you folks are doing business in a vacuum and taking advantage of the COVID situations for a very, very a community that's going to be left as a hostage here. So with that being said, I know I'm probably running out of time.
Yes, please wrap up your comments.
We're asking for many, many, many more months of time in order to comment so that it can be clearly done and that the community as well as the local politicians can understand what the ramifications are for 100 years in the future, not just decades. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all a good day.
Same to you. Thank you very much, Steve. Next speaker is Carla Contreras, followed by Ronnie Rudolph, and then Sasha Robinet. Carla?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, absolutely, Carla. Thank you for joining us. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I am a 26-year resident of Lincoln Heights. I not only grew up here, but I now teach in my community. And I'm sorry that I'm emotional because this really hits home. I just found out about this railway going through our community, and this railway would devastate our community. Lincoln Heights is a community of color, of immigrant families. They cannot afford to move because this would cause them to have to relocate. The rent prices in our area are above $2,000 for a 2-bedroom home or an apartment. And the people who live here cannot go anywhere else. They can barely make ends meet where they are living. Not only would this affect the residents, but it would also affect the schools in the area. There are 3 schools that you are trying to build around. Actually 4. Those schools would be heavily impacted. What would happen to those students? Are those students going to be able to learn? No. There's going to be health concerns for them already. All the noise, the pollution that's going to happen from all of this that is going on, they would not be okay with this. You're not thinking about the community or the kids that you're affecting or the families that you are affecting. This would create so many disparities in the education system already. These kids, people think that these kids are already falling behind. You are going to add to that. Also, we would be losing things that are important to our community. We just built a brand new park that kids depend on. Hundreds, thousands of kids in our community depend on that park to go and play, to get some kind of outdoor space where they can just be free. That would totally be taken away from them. We would also lose businesses that have been long-standing there, like Lanza Brothers Deli, who depend on us and we depend on. They have been there. They've been a staple for us for a very long time. You would also affect religious places of worship. You would take away so much from our community by doing this, and I believe that the people of Lincoln Heights deserve a voice in what is going to happen. I'm asking you to please extend this time period for comments so that other people can hold what is happening in their community so they can also have a voice. They need to be able to have a voice and say what's going to happen in their community because they're the people who are directly affected. I'm asking you to please extend this so they are properly informed, so they have a say to be able to come and comment because their voices need to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carla. Very much appreciate your comments.
Gracias, agradezco sus comentarios.
If I can just take one moment.
Un momento, por favor.
Is acknowledging that I believe we have our Spanish interpreter overlapping on our English. So if I can ask our technician just to troubleshoot on that, it looks like he went ahead and addressed that. Thank you. And I do notice that we do have one of our representatives from the elected office of Senator Portantino joining us. So Ronnie Rudolph and Sasha Robinet, and then the next speaker would be Anise. if you do not mind, we will be taking Vickery Murphy as our next speaker. Vickery? Vickery, are you still online?
Vickery, en línea.
Okay, it looks like oh, there she is. Vickery, are you still online and available?
Vickery aún está en línea.
Can you hear me?
¿Me oye?
I can.
Okay.
Can I ask you to hold your comment
I
one
heard
moment?
that caller say that there weren't any
El
elected
orador dijo
officials
que
on the line, and I
no
just
habían
wanted to
personas
make sure that
elegidas.
Vickery, if I can interrupt you, my
Sí.
apologies.
That's
My
okay.
apologies. I am still hearing our Spanish interpreter overlapping our English session, so I just want to just take a moment and make sure that we have that cleared up. It won't be helpful to have the speaker continue as we won't be able to properly transcribe what is being said in English.
Okay.
So give us one moment and let me just make sure. Liana, thank you for standing by our interpreter, and Victory, appreciate your patience. So I do think that we need to have, not sure if that's been resolved already. Liana, we're going to proceed in English, and if I can ask you to make sure to communicate with the technician to make sure you are switched to the Spanish channel. Okay, Vickery, apologize for the interruption.
I just
Please.
wanted the community to know that our office is on this call isn't the right word, but we're here listening to everybody's comments and very involved in the process and very interested to know what the community has to say. And so I will be probably for 5 hours. I will probably have to go in and out a little bit, but I will be here. So, and I think about half the route is in our district. So just wanted to touch bases with you guys and let you know that. And that's it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us, Vickery. Let me go back to our attendance list. Ronnie, you've been very patient. I believe you now have the floor. Can you please proceed? You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, so yeah, my name
Go
is
right
Ronnie
ahead.
Rudolph. I am a property manager, stakeholder in the community, and also oversee a few developments that's happened in this community and many of the different communities. And I am calling because, as echoing a couple of the prior, speakers before me, I don't feel this has been properly notified to any tenants. I've reached out to dozens, if not almost 100 residents or businesses or stakeholders in the community. Almost nobody's they've heard of the project through the rumor mill, but has no idea that it was even going near Lincoln Heights. Once I showed them the PDF, which is over 100 pages long, and having to navigate to which pages directly affect not just Lincoln Heights, but every community between LA and Burbank. You look at which is essentially CAD files. A lot of people can't understand that. Most definitely not the general public. I work in real estate and development, and I'm not an architect and I'm not an engineer, and I can barely read that and understand what's going on. And there's no real scale to show, hey, this is going to go 70 feet over the air. Something massive that's even taller than what the 5 freeway was back in the 60s. And I feel that's the only way you can really compare this, is that it's going to go through a section of Lincoln Heights that was like the 5 freeway. There's a brand new park in which the city spent millions of dollars on that. Now, according to these plans, a portion of that be taken away. There's schools, there's obviously residents. I don't know if any one of you, whether that be any of the representatives, on this call, were able to drive in those back streets where Albion is. There's a lot of one-sided parking. 2 cars can't fit inside those areas. I don't know how that would work. I just feel that with not only the non-English speaking people of Lincoln Heights and not just Spanish, there's also multiple other languages that are not available or on this call. The fact that it is low income, that they don't know how to operate Zoom, they don't have computers or internet. You're really alienating a strong and huge amount of the city in which they don't have the ability to go look at this. You send a flyer saying you have these Zoom calls, plus you can go to these libraries. Well, all these libraries are closed. So that in itself is very hypocritical by you guys even stating that on paperwork. You know, obviously this COVID-19 has affected you, in which why we're having these calls like this, and it's affected us. And everybody's so worried about their health and their well-being, and do I have the proper mask, and is my business allowed to operate? This is just flying under the radar, in which nobody's really going to understand. So for that, I'm requesting and echoing the previous speakers. I think this needs to be extended. If this was outside of this COVID issue, 60 days, 45 days, I get it. You can hold, you know, different things, but to wrap it up, I think it just needs to be extended. I think it's only fair, and I think it's the right thing to do, not just from your guys' standpoint, but just from a pure human level standpoint of understanding that there's bigger things to deal with than rubber stamping this right now. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bonnie, thank you very much for your comment. We have 2 additional commenters lined up. The next speaker is Sasha Robinet. I am not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Just to make sure we have it properly for the record, if you would like to spell your name to make sure our transcriber has that properly. Sasha, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Sasha Robinette. You can spell my name Robinett. I am the principal of Puck Milagro Charter School, located on Main in Lincoln Heights. I am requesting your support in helping to extend the public comment for multiple months. Most of Lincoln Heights community members know very little about this project because information was released during safer at home orders. And the information provided has mostly gone out to property owners, not community members. The proposed map has the high-speed rail project ripping apart a beloved and vital Lincoln Heights neighborhood. Milagro Charter has been part of the community for 17 years, along with Excel Middle School, Albion Elementary School, which the traffic would be routed around, the stop would be at our school, it would rip apart our very beloved and newly remodeled Downey Park, and destroy iconic businesses like Lanza Brothers and multiple other businesses as well as churches. My concerns range from environmental impact to community displacement. It is time that kids matter, communities of color matter, and Lincoln Heights has a voice in determining the quality of life for its citizens. Innovation is needed in our world, but not at the expense of its people. Again, I hope for your leadership, I hope for your extension, and I hope for a better outcome for our community. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Sasha. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Anais as our next speaker. Following Anais, we have Zenon Uliate Crow, and then Robert E. following Zenon. So next up, Anais, if you can ask you to state and spell your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Anais Campa. You can spell my name Anais, last name Campa. I am the assistant principal of Puck Excel Charter Academy, located on the same campus as Puck Milagro, to which Ms. Robinet just spoke about. I would like to also ask you to extend public comment. As a leader of a community-based school, we're really concerned about the impact of this project on our students. We service many students who come from the William Mead projects, and they depend on Main Street to be able to attend our school and have the opportunity to attend a small charter school in which we are part of disrupting the narrative that they could potentially face if they didn't have a small school that cared about their well-being. We make sure that we connect them with community resources and ensure that their health and social emotional well-being is something that's at the center of our work. And with this project, it could potentially cause us to have students not be able to attend because of traffic. I read in the impact report provided by Mr. Raboli that so many trains running could potentially have the the safety thing going down 45 to 50 minutes an hour.
Uno va de
I worry
45
about students being
ahora.
able to get to
Yo me
school on time.
preocupo de que
I
los
worry about the traffic, the noise, the air quality affecting their social, emotional, and health. We ask that you extend this public comment because as a community-based school, we are part of the hub of educating our parents. We at Excel have a parent center, and I know that if we were able to give this information to our parents, we could help them understand and they could advocate for their beloved community. We also ask that you improve the information going out to the community. As a college educated person with 3 degrees, I found it really hard to understand the 3D models, and I would like to understand it better as a leader to help my community understand this. So please, we ask for your support to extend this public comment so that community centers like ourselves can work to educate our community, and this could be a community-based decision. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Anais. Next, we have Zenan Uliate Crow, followed by Robert E. And then we have an additional speaker, Christine Nash. And it looks like we've resolved our Spanish interpretation simultaneously. So thankfully that is proceeding. And Zenan, you have the floor. If you can completely spell your name so we have that properly for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Zenon Uliate Crow, spelled ZENNONULYATE -CROW. I know it's a mouthful. So I'm a resident over here in LA, and I'm being raised into the whole climate crisis and everything. And I've been looking at the station plans for the Burbank station, and I just would like to provide some input that I think even just having a station at Bob Hope Airport is not the correct decision at this moment, especially considering the fact that this is a station that will be surrounded in 4,000 parking spots, which is just going to completely encourage other people to, it's going to encourage people to drive to the airport, and it's going to encourage people to drive to the train, which is really defeating the whole purpose of the high-speed rail, which is to kind of help reduce carbon emissions, and especially considering the fact you have Metro, which is building and constructing many, many regional and local transportation projects, which will make the whole entire LA region, including Burbank, including all of the Valley, more connected to Union Station, which is the other proposed station in this segment corridor. I think it's actually not a wise use of funds to create this fully underground, expensive station serving a primarily local airport that, because you look at the flights that are going out of Bob Hope Airport, and they're going to typically Sacramento, they're going to San Francisco, they're going to Oakland. These are, interstate flights that California high-speed rail is, designed to be competing for, that is designed to be replacing. So I think serving the airport and kind of helping make it easier for people to end up taking the plane, when in fact we should be disincentivizing people from taking the plane, especially considering the carbon footprint that planes have on the environment. I feel that spending over $1 billion building this underground station surrounded in parking is probably less of a wise investment than just not having the station at all, and instead having the tracks run straight from Palmdale into Union Station. And with that money saved from building a costly underground station, you could spend that money to extend the Red Line from North Hollywood to Bob Hope, thereby actually helping achieve your goals of improved mobility to the airport, but at a fraction of the cost, while also helping improve interregional transportation as you're allowing the airport to finally be connected to the Metro rail. So I think my public comment, long story short, is don't build the Burbank station, instead reinvest those funds in other places, and instead focus on making the Union Station the best station it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Zenon. Next, our speaker is Robert E., followed by Christine Nash. Robert, you're on for 3 minutes, and if you can please state your name, any affiliation fully, and please spell your name for the benefit of the record. Thank you.
Sure thing. It's Robert Engel. I'm the chairman and president of the Los Angeles Boys and Girls Club in the neighborhood. I'm neither for or against the project, mainly because there has not been enough time for myself or my team to review the documents. I'd like to encourage you guys to extend the comment period. That's all. Thank you, and I look forward to digging in the plans a little bit more.
Excellent, please do. Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Christine Nash. Christine, you're next. If you can state any affiliation in your full name. I believe we have that spelling, but please indicate that for the record.
Hi, thanks so much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go right ahead, Christine.
Great. It's Christine Nash, Christine Nash. I'm a property manager. We have over 150 tenants on a Lincoln Heights parcel that is directly affected. Our property, according to this, is going to have a new road cutting through it, and I'm kind of shocked that we heard about this yesterday. We literally are a business incubator. We have 110 small businesses that would be affected, not just by the road cut, but by the years that would be detoured during construction. We were impacted when they were working on the Main Street Bridge, putting in the fiber optic line, and there's a lot of people that are affected by this directly. We also have, our property is surrounded by Cemex plant. We have the winery. We've got UPS right next to us. So every day there's an incredible amount of trucks that go back and forth. And I'm talking container trucks and semis as well. I happen to be the daughter of a city planner, and I used to film his public involvement hearings when it came to environmental impacts and light rail. And I'm just kind of shocked that this is the first time as a fairly large business we're hearing about this. So I would like to echo a lot of the previous commenters, and please, especially during this COVID, I know you guys are doing your best to try to loop everyone in these crazy times, but can we please have more time to talk to not only our neighbors, which we're already doing, it's kind of an uproar in Lincoln Heights right now, but all of the subtenants and the people in the companies. It would really be helpful. So please lodge yet one more enthusiastic request for an extension to the public comment period. Thank you.
Christine, thank you very much. It looks like we do have other individuals online, but I do not see anyone else's hands raised. We have plenty of time, so please indicate if you are ready to make a comment by using the raise your hand button on your screen, and the panel is here ready to receive your comment at any time. For the moment, we'll just wait. I would also just want to point everyone to the screen. Instructions will remain on screen as we are broadcasting live to indicate how you can provide your comment during obviously today's public hearing or any time following today prior to Friday, July 31st. As you can see, there is an online form on the authority's website at hsr.ca.gov. You can email the project team directly at the Burbank to Los Angeles email address that you see there on screen. Or we are still receiving traditional mail at the authority's Los Angeles, Southern California office. And you see that address there on the screen as well. You can jot down and send us your written comment anytime, as long as it's postmarked, again, prior to Friday, July 31st. We definitely respect the folks' comments about the comment period, but please know formally, all comments are being requested to be received by Friday, July 31st. I see that we have another additional person with their hand raised. I appreciate that. Graciela Munoz, I see that you raised your hand. You are the next speaker. If you would like to state your name fully, any affiliation, and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Graciela Munoz, and I am one of the middle school teachers that works right next to where the planned rail is expected to be built. And I could tell you, being a teacher there, being a part of the community, it will serve a major impact, especially to the safety of our students, with traffic being the way it is, as it is now, as someone mentioned earlier, with the UPS trucks and all the heavy traffic. This just puts another danger out to our students. also with the park that just has been newly renovated. And for that also to be taken away from the community to build a train through it is something that I would really like for you guys to reconsider. It takes a lot to put back into our community, and getting a park that's been really just newly done and it services a lot of our students. It's kind of disheartening to know that is something that is going to be just taken away as soon as it's just been given. So I would really like for it all to be reconsidered, especially being an educator in the community, servicing the community. I think that it's something that needs to be rethought and keeping the community's interests at bay. Thank you.
Graciela, thank you very much. I do not see any additional persons with their hands raised, but we have plenty of time, so I will wait to see if any additional commenters make themselves available. While we are waiting, I'd like to indicate that it has been a challenge for the authority, any public agency right now that is doing a public outreach program in order to release and obtain information from the public about any public program. The fact that the public libraries are closed, it's normally a very ready to go access point for communities, for people in the communities to be able to go to their local library to review these documents. And we do have the list of libraries ready to go as they are reopened, but as many of you know, that is not the case because of our very unusual environment right now with the pandemic. The authority is continuing to look at other public locations, including the downtown Caltrans headquarters office building, where they have a public access location where the documents can also be reviewed. I would encourage everybody to continue to visit the authority's website and or give us a call to find out where the documents can be viewed at any time. The authority's phone number for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section is on screen at 877-977-1660. We recognize not everyone has access to internet, so that telephone number is a way for us to use a very traditional form of communications to make sure that whatever information is needed, the public is redirected or that those answers are provided. Again, the phone number where you can call directly is 877-977-1660 to find out where you can view documents in person, as well as obtain additional information about the project. We do have a number of attendees online, so we appreciate all of you listening in to others' comments. While we are waiting for anyone who is ready to provide a formal comment, I would also like to re-mention the meethsrsocal.org website. We have a separate slide on screen, if we can advance to that, to point you toward this website, which is linked to the authority's main website. It provides a little bit more user-friendly, ready-to-go quick links for the environmental documents, as well as an interactive map where you can type in a local address to view its proximity to the project. So you'll see the project footprint between the Burbank to Los Angeles geographic station locations, and see how the project may affect a property or your location. This is something that we would traditionally do in person with the public at open house meetings, where we interact on a digital screen to help you understand how the project may impact your place of business, your place of residence, a landmark in the community. But as we are not able to do in-person communications right now, this virtual website is a great tool that you can use on your own to interact with the project and to get full information as if you were in the room with us. I would really encourage you to visit this, this website again at meethsrsocal.org. You can see the homepage there on the screen. and navigate throughout the various tabs to walk through a virtual open house of the project and get additional information. You will also see quick links at this location for providing a comment if you're ready to provide a comment, to view the document in its entirety, and to download those files if you so choose, and just to get full information about it. There's a number of videos where the staff walk you through the project and information and provide you other key information about the project. I would like to let our panel know we are approaching, it's 3:46 right now. Probably in the next 4 minutes, if we do not get anyone else to raise their hand, we'll take a 10-minute break. So panel members, if you can anticipate that and do whatever is needed prior to resuming the meeting at 4 o'clock. We are still online. We will stay online until the 8 o'clock p.m. cutoff time. But we will be taking a 10-minute break every hour for the panels to turn off cameras, do whatever we need to do, and then we'll resume. I'll go ahead and announce those times as we do that. I would like to remind our participants, we do have a few folks who are online via telephone only. If you are on the phone only and not online, please, you can punch in *9 on your keypad if you're interested in raising your hand and providing a comment. We are approaching in a minute or so a time where I think we can take a 10-minute break. I do not see any additional folks with their hands raised, but I would encourage you to do so if you're ready to make a comment. The panel is very interested in hearing your comments about the project, and we will be doing so over the next few hours until 8 o'clock p.m. this evening. All right. We do have one additional person who raised their hand, so we are very interested in receiving that commenter. Jill Sorial, I see that you raised your hand. You have the floor. If you can hear us, if you can please state your name, spell it for us to make sure we have it accurately for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Jill Soriel. It's Jill. My last name is S as in Sam, Ourial. I work for the Nature Conservancy, and we intend to submit written comments as well, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to just briefly state, I share the concerns that have been expressed by folks in Lincoln Heights. The Nature Conservancy is particularly focused on open spaces in the area, such as Albion and Downey. And we do have a project in partnership with California State Parks at the Bowtie parcel adjacent to the Los Angeles River. So that parcel is part of the larger Taylor Yard complex, and it's not listed in the set of resources around parks and open space that is in your draft environmental document, even though it's part of the general plan for Rio de Los Angeles State Park. So I would encourage sort of a correction and a relook at actually calling out Bowtie, the 18 acres that's owned by state parks. I also, more broadly, am interested in connectivity through that area. The Metrolink tracks already create kind of a barrier. And I think if we're planning for long-term infrastructure, we need to think about the fact that those diesel trains in Metrolink may become obsolete in the future and really could be electrified. And so we can think about that area differently. If you're in a trench, if you're thinking about only electrified trains running through there, you really have the opportunity to connect parcels from Cypress Park, Rio de Los Angeles, all the way to the river in a way that enhances the community instead of detracting from it. So as I said, we'll be providing more detailed written comments, but I wanted to put that on your radar and just suggest that we think a little bit more creatively about the options that are in front of us. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jill. And actually your comment makes me think of reminding all participants, in addition to your 3-minute comment that you may be providing us today, if you have any additional comments that you would like to submit in writing, you are welcome and encouraged to do so. Some folks, especially when we would do in-person public hearings, may exceed the 3-minute mark, and we always want that individual to leave behind any written or prepared remarks. So if you have any additional thoughts or don't have enough time to state all of your comment on with us today, I would encourage you to email us in your additional comments, or again, use any number of ways to provide us your written statement prior to Friday, July 31st. I see that we do not have any additional folks who are online. Oh, just as I say that, we get some folks commenting, so I appreciate that. We definitely want to hear your comments first, and that's what we are here for. So I see an additional hand raised from James Kramer. James, you are now recognized. And if you can spell your name for the record and any affiliation, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is, can you hear me okay?
Sure can, go right ahead, James.
James Kramer, C-R-A-M-E-R for Kramer. And I'm curious if looking over, I understand why the train is going where it wants to go. It's following existing track. But has any consideration been given to essentially building a tunnel under that track? That's not a particularly, oil and tar-filled part of Los Angeles. And additionally, or under the LA River, which, excepting for the aforementioned park by the previous commenter, is almost all cement and could be used as a easy place to put an underground tunnel, is that LA River, and then just either pave it back or put parks over it since you dug it up. So I'm just wondering if there's been consideration towards looking towards essentially a longer term future, as was prior mentioned, like by essentially taking advantage of modern drilling methods and or already unused areas. Anyway, that's my comment.
Excellent. Thank you very much, James. I do not see any additional persons with their hands raised, but I would encourage you to do so. Here we go. We have one more commenter, Armando Carvalho. You are being recognized. If you can please state your name and spell it for us correctly, if you can, for the record, and any affiliation. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Armando Carvalho, C-A-R-V as in Victor, A-L-H-O. I am a resident of Lincoln Heights. I've been here for about 2 or 3 years now, and I've been reading through your report, and I think, I know there's going to be some sacrifices that will need to be made concerning some of the conveniences of us here in Lincoln Heights, particularly with the construction, but I believe there will be a positive improvement to our community, and I think that's something that is important for both the community and the state and the larger Los Angeles area. So I very much hope to see this project done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Excellent. Armando, thank you for your comments. I just want to take a moment and just wait to see if we have any additional persons raising their hand before I will ask the panel to take a quick break before we resume. While I am waiting, just to make sure, I want to also announce we've been publicizing the availability of office hours appointments that you can schedule with our staff to ask any one-on-one questions or clarify any information that you might have in the document. These appointments are available by reservation, and we have 3 additional dates prior to the end of the public comment period that you can choose from, and you can go online to actually reserve these appointments. If you have a pen and paper handy, I'll continue to repeat the office hours while we are broadcasting, but we have 3 dates available for you. The next one being this coming Monday, July 13th, from 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The next one is next Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 in the morning until 11 a.m. And then the following week, once again, on Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 noon till 2 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon. Again, if you go to our meethsrsocal.org website, there's a quick link at the bottom of the website to schedule an appointment. And those dates will pop up and we'd be happy to schedule that. This is a useful way to speak one-on-one with a staff member, which we would ordinarily do in person during our various public meetings, and thought that this might be a good way for folks to still engage with our staff who are very interested and available to talk to you about your questions that might be specific to a specific property or issue that you might have. So I would encourage you to do that. Throughout today's public hearing, I'll repeat the office hours for other folks who might be interested in doing that. Okay, I think we do not have any additional persons raising their hands. So panel members, if I can ask you to just turn off your video, do not log off, and we will be resuming, I will say at 4:10. So give ourselves another 10 minutes to resume our broadcast. Those of you online, please stay with us. We will be back on camera in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Feel free to come in anytime. I'm just closing the door. Come on in. For those of you online, welcome back. We are here, the California High-Speed Rail Authority panel members on behalf of the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, conducting a public hearing today until 8:00 p.m. this evening. The panel is assembled here to receive your formal public comments on the draft environmental impact report, draft environmental impact statement. We are in our official public comment period for this environmental document. Public comments are being requested to be received by the public no later than Friday, July 31st. Today is July 8th. We are receiving oral comments via our public hearing, virtual public hearing, and we welcome all of you and thank you for attending today to listen in on the comments and to provide your formal comment if you are ready. We are asking you to indicate when you are ready to provide a comment, to raise your hand. For those of you online with the button at the bottom of your screen, you can indicate that there. And if you are on the telephone only, to please use your keypad to indicate raising your hand by pushing *9. We will see you raising your hand and I will call folks in order. We are also simultaneously broadcasting today's public hearing in Spanish. We have a Spanish interpreter on a separate line. And if you are listening and wish to listen in Spanish, there is an interpretation at the bottom, interpretation button at the bottom of your screen where you can click and receive that audio simultaneous transmission. Si hay alguien en esta reunión que prefiere escuchar esta reunión en español, pueden hacer eso con el botón que usted ve por la pantalla que se dice Interpretation. Con ese botón puede escuchar esta reunión completamente en español. So with that, I welcome you all back. Thank you for joining us for our public hearing today, again on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental impact report, draft environmental impact statement. This document has been released since May 29th, and our public comment period is open for you to provide formal public comments on the project until Friday, July 31st. I see a set of folks online and on the phone with us, but I do not see anyone with their hand raised. So if you are ready to provide us your formal comment, please do so at any time by pushing on the raise your hand button or pushing *9 on your telephone keypad. Those instructions are on your screen as well. For those of you online, you should be able to see the various ways to provide us your verbal or written comment. Also, we have the ability to receive your comments in multiple languages as listed on the screen for the various folks with other languages, including Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, and Spanish. So we thank you for, again, participating, and we welcome your formal public comments at any time. Please raise your hand and we will take you in order. We are also acknowledging our elected officials or representatives from any of our elected official offices or public agencies. So if you are online, we would take those in order at the top. We welcome all of our public, especially any of our offices during this public comment period. Our elected offices have been briefed and have participated with the agency from the beginning of this project, and now is the time to provide formal public comment, which many of our elected offices and public agencies certainly will do. But we welcome you to do that today as well via a formal oral comment. So we will stand by here. Our panel is ready to listen to your formal comments, and we will be here ready to serve you as we proceed. For any folks just joining us, I want to remind you, you are with us on our formal public hearing for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. We have released the draft environmental document for this section and are receiving public comments today. While we're waiting, and I do not see anybody with their hand raised, and we'll continue to monitor that, I want to encourage you to visit our meethsrsocal.org website. This website is available as an additional layer of public information besides what is already on the authority's website. It is a virtual public meeting, if you will, that walks you through the project, providing a statewide overview, more specific information on the project itself, and then of course the availability of the draft environmental document. We also feature on the website, and you can see a screenshot on your screen now, an interactive map where you can log in your address or a landmark in the community, a local school, a community facility, your place of business, to find out your proximity or how it may interact or be close to the project alignment. It also provides you quick links to provide a comment, which will take you right into the formal comment form for the authority's comment system. And you can learn more information in general about the California High-Speed Rail program here at this website. The authority tries very hard to provide public information in multiple ways. Please visit us on our YouTube channel, as we've mentioned at the top of the hearing today. If you would also like to just watch the hearing as it is being broadcast today. All of the public meetings are recorded and are available on the authority's website on an ongoing basis. So this is also available to folks who are not able to join us today between the 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour and may want to come back and watch this at another time. Thanks to the availability of technology, we are able to provide multiple ways to provide this public information, as well as very traditional ways like our phone number or mail. So we encourage all folks to provide comments and to receive information about the project in any way that is most convenient to you. We do have a number of folks online and on our phone lines as well. So again, thank you for joining us, and I would encourage anyone who is ready to make a comment to please raise your hand, and the panel is ready to listen to your comment on the project. We do have a 3-minute time limit for public comments. Of course, this is done so that we make sure we provide ample opportunity for everyone to comment. I don't anticipate a problem with making sure that we get through all of our speakers. So we are happy to receive your comment. If you exceed your 3-minute time frame, we recommend that you email us your comments or call in to make sure that any additional comments you might have, that you provide that to us in any way following today's hearing. I do see one individual with their hand raised, so I would like to call on Jose Gomez. Jose, thank you for participating today. You are recognized, and if you can state your name again and affiliation, and you have 3 minutes for your comment.
Thank you, Ms. Arellano. Can you guys hear me?
Sure can, Jose. Thank you for joining us. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So for the record, my name is Jose, Jose Gomez. So thank you all for giving me the time to voice a little bit of my critics. So I think I come to this project with a very unique perspective in that I'm both a community member of the San Fernando Valley, but also a teacher at a school in East LA, middle school teacher. And one of the concerns that I have is basically the safety of our students with this community or this project or proposal being so close to our school, just what measures are being taken into place to protect our students. Another concern that I have is gentrification. As a lot of us know, East LA has been subject to gentrification, and I'm concerned in terms of what plans have been in place to prevent gentrification from happening if this project does go into fruition, and how the community member or the community members are going to be allowed to basically stay in their homes without being pushed out as a possible unprecedented repercussion of this project. And then my last concern is just whether as a public we've been given a cost benefit analysis in terms of what are the benefits of this rail line in terms of are people actually using Metro line as a transportation? What's the need that the community has in terms of just numbers? And just I'm curious in terms of we do have Amtrak in the Valley and that goes all the way to Union Station. So how is this going to differ from possibly being able to use the Amtrak to use this alternative source of transportation? But that's the end of my comments. Thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jose. We appreciate you taking the time today. I do not see any other hands raised. So the panel again is here today to receive any comments from the public or any of our offices on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. We encourage you to please either raise your hand or push *9 on your phone to indicate you're ready to comment. While we are waiting, I just want to remind anyone just joining us that we are in our public hearing for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental documents. We are ready to receive anyone's comment, and we'll be online tonight until 8:00 p.m. For those of you who didn't hear the announcement earlier and may have just joined us, the authority staff is hosting office hours by appointment during the public comment period to answer any one-on-one questions that you may have about the project or a specific property or a specific question that you might have. We have three additional dates available to you to schedule an appointment. And I'll go ahead and announce those now in case you wanted to jot that down. And you can make your appointment by going online at our meethsrsocal.org website. I'll repeat that again. The website where you can make the appointment is meethsrsocal.org. So that's the letters meethsrsocal.org. That will take you straight to a project-specific website where you can get full public information about the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. And if you go down to the quick links at the bottom of the homepage, you can see where you can schedule an appointment. The office hours that are available begin next Monday, July 13th, from 1 to 3:00 p.m. in the afternoon. The next available date is Wednesday, July 15th, in the morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then the following week on Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 noon until 2:00 p.m. So over these 2-hour periods, you can schedule a time with staff. Staff is very available and interested in answering your questions. Now is the time to do that while we are in our public comment period. And that might help inform you to comment more substantively or more specifically on the project as you make your formal comment. All of the formal comments that have been logged today or received so far and through the end of the comment period on Friday, July 31st, will be recorded formally and responded to officially in the final environmental draft documents. That is the purpose of the final document, is to review and consider and respond to everyone's comments on the document. It's quite a significant job to do, but that is the process that we have here based under both state and federal law, and is what the California High-Speed Rail Authority, of course, is committed to doing in order to address folks' comments about the project. We encourage that and are available now to receive any public comments for those of you who are online or on the phone with us today. What I'd like to do is, I do not see any additional individuals with their hands raised. The panel is still online and available. Panel members, if you would like, you can turn off your cameras to stretch and move if you'd like while we await additional team members of the public to join us. I will remain here to monitor the attendees in case any hands are raised. But if you wanted to move around, I recognize for the panel members while they're waiting, sometimes they can move around a little bit without being seen. The panel is on and available and can hear me. We will be taking 10-minute breaks on the hour. This is not a break, just with their cameras off so that they can stretch or do whatever they need to do, but still available online. So we are here and are ready to receive any public comments as folks are ready and willing to do that. Again, for those of you who are online, my name is Genoveva Arellano. I am the moderator for today's public hearing on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. We are having today's public hearing specifically to receive public comments in relation to the release of the draft environmental impact report, draft environmental impact statement, to receive formal public comments in relation to those documents. It is a requirement and a appropriate milestone for the authority to receive comments so that it can know specifically what people's questions and comments are in relation to all of the analysis and documentation description of the project as presented in these documents. The authority will be reviewing all of the formal comments that are being given to it prior to or by Friday, July 31st. For your information, again, the authority will be preparing responses to the comments as part of the final environmental impact report, final environmental impact statement, which is targeted for release next year, 2021. The environmental documents will be revised as needed and include the responses to comments as part of this process. The authority then will later consider approval of the project and issue a record of decision through the National Environmental Policy Act and a notice of determination through the California Environmental Quality Act. That is the legal process by which a project is approved. We are still in the process of doing that. Today's hearing is a step toward receiving formal public comments on the document, again, which is possible for anyone prior to Friday, July 31st. With that, the authority will take all comments, prepare responses to them, and prepare the final environmental document, as I mentioned, scheduled for release next year. We still have a group of folks online who are listening, so we welcome you and thank you for joining us. And again, please raise your hand if you are ready to provide a comment to us. The panel is present and ready to listen to any formal comments, and we'll turn cameras back on as we receive them. This virtual public hearing is being held obviously in lieu of an in-person public hearing unfortunately, due to our pandemic that is restricting in-person meetings across our country. Today's meeting, we are fortunate to be able to still have and move ahead with the public outreach process that is required for an environmental document, but online. So we appreciate you taking the time to do that. So we are fully equipped. The panel is assembled to listen to the public's comments on this document. And they are the individuals who are responsible and have been working with its teams to prepare these documents, and so are exactly the folks who can hear and should hear your comments today. So again, please raise your hand if you have any comment that you would like to make as part of the formal record.
And I'd like to add to that. My name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And I'd like to again welcome you and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis. The alternatives and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us to continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing. and provide any person with assistance in submitting oral comments. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or via phone. And as Hanno mentioned, you can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. That's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles Final Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, the NEPA Assignment Manager. And now I'll turn it back over to Hanoveva, our moderator, to see if there are any comments. Hanoveva?
Excellent. Thank you, Bruce. For those of you who have joined us at this hour, welcome. We do have a protocol for receiving your formal comments on today's virtual public hearing. We would ask that you raise your hand online in order to indicate your readiness to provide us your comment. Or if you are on the telephone, to push *9 on your telephone keypad, and we'll be happy to ask you to speak. We will be taking comments in order, and we ask you to state your name clearly and fully, and I might need you to spell it out just to make sure that we have it properly for our record. As Bruce mentioned, we have our court reporter transcribing the entire hearing today, as well as providing Spanish interpretation simultaneously to you via the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen. Si hay alguien que necesita traducción en español para esta reunión, por favor, oprime el botón de interpretation que se dice en su pantalla, y estamos aquí para servirles en español. So with that, I'm looking at the screen and I do not see any additional hands raised or individuals who are ready to comment. We are here for the duration until 8 o'clock this evening. So we want to make sure that we provide folks ample opportunity to provide us comment at any time during this period that is convenient for them. So the panel is standing by for formal comments and are ready to receive them as you are. Just a quick time check for benefit of our panel members. It's 4:45 now. In another 5 minutes, I will ask the panel to take a 10-minute break. Our plan is to every hour have a 10-minute break where the panel will go off camera and mute themselves and stretch legs and get ready for the next hour. For those of you online, we are ready and willing to receive your comments at any time. So over the next 5 minutes, please consider doing that, at which time I'll announce that we will be taking a 10-minute break. At the top of every hour, our panel will reconvene and re-announce the information as it relates to our public hearing today. So please feel free to remain with us throughout the duration. If you've already provided a comment or are still considering, stay online with us throughout or not. We are providing the a full 5-hour public hearing today so as to be accessible to folks who might be available earlier in the day or later in the day to provide an oral comment. There are a variety of other ways to provide formal comment on the project, and we encourage that. You can see on your screen that to provide a verbal comment, we are asking you today to raise your hand or to press *9 on your phone. For written comments, we are asking you to submit an online form at the authority's website, or you can email us at the email address as you can see on screen, or mail us your comment hard copy to the authority's mailing address here in Los Angeles. Again, the authority is accepting public comment until Friday, July 31st, and we encourage you to do so through any method you like, including today. So the team is online, and I will ask the team to stay online for another 3 minutes. At that time, if we don't have any hands raised, we will be going off camera and taking a 10-minute break. While we are waiting, I want to encourage you to visit the authority's specific project website on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. This is another form of providing public information in a very virtual format, including video and interactive map, links to all the online forms, including the very important online form for you to provide a formal public comment. That website is meethsrsocal.org. That's been set up specifically to provide another layer of information to the public, very user-friendly information to help you understand and learn how to navigate and read the environmental document. We have a video kind of with instructions about that, including the various engineering drawings, plans, and profiles, helping you navigate how to review those. We also encourage you to schedule an office appointment. If you need any help in navigating the document, we can a staff member can walk you through and point you toward where in the document you might be looking for information that is of interest to you. Again, please visit the www.meethsrsocal.org website for full information, or the authority's website, which takes you straight to the project section where you can provide us your formal public comment. We do have one individual with their hand raised, and so I would like to acknowledge Raj Narayan to please provide your comment. We're happy to receive to see that you're online and ready to provide us a comment. Please state your name, and if you can please spell it for benefit of the transcriber, and you have 3 minutes. Please go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go right ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, my public comment is going to be closer to 4.5 minutes. I do have my wife with me here, and could you consider both of us together for a total of 6 minutes?
Absolutely. Please, please go right ahead. And if you can please state your name and spell it.
My name is Diraj Narayan. It's a D-H-I-R-A-J. Last name Narayan, N-A-R-A-Y-A-N.
And I'm Harini, Diraj's wife. My name is spelled H-A-R-I-N-I. Last name is S-A-R-A-P-A. Thank you.
Absolutely. Please go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you for providing an opportunity to provide oral comments to the California High-Speed Rail Authority. We are homeowners in the Taylor Yachts community in Cypress Park. My home, along with several others, face or are in close proximity to the railroad right-of-way. Our home is presently 100 feet away from the nearest rail track. So the high-speed rail would require moving the Amtrak and Metrolink tracks 30 feet closer to our community in order to accommodate the high-speed rail. And after we reviewed the noise and vibration chapter of the draft EIR, I was shocked to realize that the report concluded that the project will only cause moderate impacts to our community. Therefore, the California High-Speed Rail is proposing zero, I repeat, zero mitigation measures to reduce noise or vibration impacts from this project. I participated in office hour discussions with the California High-Speed Rail staff, who informed me that the forecasted noise levels and vibration levels will be lower than the current decibel and vibration decibel levels. We find that conclusion lacking in common sense and logic. It is hard to believe that the shifting of the train tracks 30 feet closer to our homes will not lead to an increase in noise and vibration levels. And this is not even factoring the increased number and frequency of high-speed trains that will fly at full capacity and cause a higher probability of trains crossing the tracks at the same time simultaneously, which will increase the decibel levels even more. So even without that consideration and the fact that the tracks are going to be 30 feet closer to us has been concluded that there'll be zero impacts. So that is something that we totally disagree. So we believe that the high-speed rail and the shifting of tracks will significantly and permanently increase the levels of noise, dust, and daily interruptions beyond what we currently endure. We are also concerned about the structural damage to the buildings that will occur over time due to increased vibrations, and request that an assessment be made of potential damage along with remedy to mitigate the long-term impacts. We believe the noise and vibration studies carried out in the community to be inherently flawed, and I would request that CHSRA direct staff to reanalyze the noise and vibration studies in our community. We are also fearful that the approval of the final EIR without factoring in any mitigation measures will lead to an immediate impairment of the property values. I don't believe the DEIR factored this analysis in their report, and I would like to get a written response on what compensation will be provided to property owners who will most likely experience a reduction in the value. Please note that the Taylor Yacht community includes 4 low-income housing developments that house 305 homes for extremely low income, very low income, and low income families. These affordable homes comprise over 76% of the total number of residential units in Taylor Yachts. However, no environmental justice impacts to this community has been analyzed. I therefore request the California High-Speed Rail to direct staff to study the environmental justice impacts upon Taylor Yachts community. And as many speakers have previously pointed out, in today's COVID environment, no one seems to be aware about this project or that the DEIR is out on the street and what impacts will the community experience from this project. Therefore, in closing, I request the California High-Speed Rail Authority to carry out better outreach to our impacted community and extend the public comment period beyond July 31st. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm showing an additional 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So please go right ahead.
No, I conclude my comments. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for your comment to you both. I am not seeing any additional individuals with their hands raised. Again, I would like to encourage everyone that we are convening today specifically to receive your formal comments. The panel is assembled to listen to what you have to say about the project. We are approaching our 5 o'clock hour, and if I do not see any additional hands raised, which I do not, what I'd like to do now is to ask for a 10-minute break by the panel members, so you can turn off your cameras and mute yourselves so that we can all take a 10-minute break. I will also be off camera and we'll resume at 5:05. For everyone's benefit, we will come back on live at 5:05. Thank you very much.
Good evening. For those of you who may have just joined us, my name is Bruce Armstead, and I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'd like to welcome and thank you for participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives, and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing and provide any person with assistance in submitting an oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Your responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. And again, I'll turn it over to Genoveva Ariano, our moderator, for this virtual hearing to outline the protocols.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bruce. And again, welcome to you all. For those of you just joining us, we are repeating our protocols and instructions and how you can participate today for our Burbank to Los Angeles public hearing. As Bruce mentioned, we are conducting our hearing today to receive formal public comments on the environmental documents that are now available for your public review and comment. Welcome and encourage your comment anytime before Friday, July 31st. So today is Wednesday, July 8th. We have a few more weeks. On Friday, July 31st is the close of the formal public comment period. This date, for your information, was extended by the authority to increase the original 45-day comment period to a 60-day public comment period. We will continue to show the slide that you see on the screen, a reminder of how you can provide us your comment today or anytime prior to Friday, July 31st. This information is also available on the authority's website, as Bruce mentioned, hr.ca.gov. Please visit our website to comment formally there as well. If you would like to watch the public hearing today and not provide any comments, you can do so also by going to our YouTube channel and search for California High-Speed Rail. There is a link there provided on the screen for you to listen in to today's broadcast. In addition, the authority has created a virtual open house or project website specific to the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. This website can be found at hsrsocal.org. We have a slide that we can also show on screen where you can see that address. It is a comprehensive online virtual place where you can access the complete set of environmental documents. In addition, you can watch some useful videos to help you navigate the environmental document, interact with a map of the project section so that you can see your specific location or area of interest and how it relates to the project. And there's a lot more information there meant for public consumption and for the public to learn a little bit more and understand the project better. You'll see the same directions on this website on how to provide a formal public comment. And again, that due date or end date of the public comment period is Friday, July 31st. As Bruce mentioned, if you are ready to provide your formal comment today, please do so by raising your hand on your Zoom dashboard there at the bottom. You can raise your hand and indicate to us that you are ready to speak. Speakers will be called in alphabetical order or first order as I see them on the screen. And please note that it is our normal practice to call on any public official or agency official who might be online first, although I have to say we have had no problems in getting to all speakers in a timely fashion, but we do want to acknowledge any elected representative who may be joining us and allow you to speak when you're ready. When your name is called, we request each speaker to slowly and clearly state your first and last name and spell it out for the benefit of our transcriber. We want to make sure we have everything accurate for the record, and also indicate if you are representing any organization. Similarly, if you are calling in on our phone line today, I will identify you by the last 4 digits of your phone number that I see on screen, and you will hear a prompt that you are now unmuted and ready to give your comment. Oral comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The countdown will begin after the speaker has provided your name and your applicable organization if you have one, and I will be monitoring the time by a timer. When the 3 minutes have been exceeded or expired, I will let you know and ask you to exit the meeting or hang up the phone. You're welcome to stay online to hear others' comments, but we do need to keep to the time limit just to make sure we give adequate opportunity for everyone. This will allow me to move on to the next speaker. It's important that we get to as many people as possible, although I will say over our 5-hour public hearing timeframe today, it appears that we'll have adequate time to make sure we get to all speakers. And we won't have to adjust the time limit. As we mentioned, we have a court reporter online to transcribe your comments verbatim. So again, please speak clearly. We may interrupt you if anything is unclear or if our audio is disrupted, which can happen on a virtual format. So we appreciate and thank you for your patience if we need to do that. As I've mentioned before, we are transmitting this public hearing simultaneously in Spanish. So I'll do a quick announcement to that effect for anyone online who might prefer hearing today's hearing or providing their comments in Spanish. Bienvenidos a todos. Gracias por participar en esta reunión acerca del proyecto Burbank a Los Ángeles, acerca de la autoridad de alta velocidad. Estamos aquí para recibir sus comentarios, su opinión acerca de este proyecto. Entonces, si usted prefiere escuchar y participar en esta reunión en español, por favor, oprime el botón en su pantalla que se dice Interpretation y de allí puede escuchar la reunión en español y proveernos su comentario en español si prefiere usted. Again, the authority welcomes all public comments today or anytime by Friday, July 31st. At the end of every hour, we've been taking a 10-minute break. So at that point, I ask the panelists to turn off their cameras and mute themselves and stretch their legs while we get ready for the following hour. We will announce that and make sure that we are not interrupting any public comment at that time.
Si quiere participar, oprima el botón en su pantalla, interpretación, y de ahí puedes...
ready to receive any public comments for those of you online or on the phone. Again, please indicate that you're ready to speak by raising your hand online or pushing *9 on your telephone keypad. While we are waiting, I would like to just again point you toward our slide that you can see on screen where we provide you the various forms of providing a comment. The authority also is ready to receive any comments in multiple languages. We have our phone line there indicated where you can call to provide a comment in any language. We've included Chinese, Armenian, and Japanese and Spanish here, but any language is welcome. All you would need to do is call our telephone hotline in order to request an interpreter, and we can coordinate a public comment in the language requested. The telephone number to call is 877-977-1660. You can see that on the screen there, and it is our toll-free line where public comments can be provided or requests can be made for information. Also to schedule a office hour if you would like to meet with a representative of the California High-Speed Rail Authority on this project. The authority is coordinating office hours where you can schedule a time to meet with a representative to ask any specific question that you might have about a property or clarification on the document. The office hours are available now online by scheduling an appointment over any one of 3 days in the coming 2 weeks. Those dates are this coming Monday, July 13th, from 1 to 3 o'clock p.m. So you can choose that date at our website online and schedule an appointment with one of our staff members, and we can walk you through or address your questions. Our next date available after Monday is Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then our final date, if you like to, again, reach out to one of our staff members, is Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 o'clock noon to 2 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon. Over these 2-hour periods, we are setting aside time to schedule to meet with you as needed. Our entire public information program is virtual and online for obvious reasons because of the limitation of conducting in-person public meetings and conversations with the community. Normally at a public hearing or an open house meeting, the staff very much likes to engage in conversation and answer your questions one-on-one. So this is another way for the staff to still be available to you by phone or an online meeting one-on-one during those 3 dates, July 13th, July 15th, and July 21st. Again, we are here today to receive any formal comment by our attendees online. Welcome. Please indicate if you have or rather would like to make a formal comment by raising your hand online or pushing *9 on your telephone keypad. Okay, it looks like we have another individual who joined us online who has raised her hand. I would like to acknowledge Ana Teresa Dahan. Please provide us your public comment. The panel is ready to listen to what you have to comment on the program. And if I can ask you to spell your name for benefit of our transcriber and to indicate any affiliation that you might have. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes. Ana, are you able to hear me or speak or unmute yourself?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear
Hello?
you. Go right ahead.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, sorry. I also have a baby. My name is Anna Dahan, A-N-A, last name Dahan, D-A-H-A-N, and I'm a homeowner at Taylor Yard. And as you hear, I have a newborn and a toddler.
Congratulations.
I
Yes.
wanted to comment my concern that this project was going to require the railroad to get 30 feet closer to our homes. And I just wanted to share, as it is already, our homes shake and we experience loud noise whenever the trains go by. And we knew that when we bought this home, but I didn't know that there was the potential of the railway, also the high-speed railway coming. And I was just concerned to see that the reports on this project didn't have any mitigation. So while I recognize that I did choose to live near the railroad, I just wanted to express my sincere concerns about the fact that this new project doesn't have any mitigation. And I'm shocked because, like I said, we already experienced shaking in our home as well as very loud noises. And then because of this pandemic, I don't think a lot of people are aware or have the time to really focus in on the issue, but I know a lot of people would share my concerns. We're also, in this parcel, we also have a lot of, there's low income apartments, and there's also senior living next to us who I also imagine would be impacted by this, and who may not have the time to get involved and to express their concerns. So I just wanted the record to reflect and just to put kind of a face to the people who live near this project. And again, I recognize that we knew what we were moving into, but this project without any mitigation is very concerning. And I would hope there'd be some more outreach and time to consider the project, given that we're in the middle of the pandemic. And I just don't think a lot of people have time to focus on this because we're all trying to, stay safe. So thank you for this opportunity to share my comments.
Absolutely, and thank you, Anna, for making the time to share with us your concerns. It's very important to have that for the record. Thank you very much. Next, we have another speaker joining us who has raised their hand. I see Joanne Weidman. Joanne, I'm recognizing you, and if you can please restate your name, spell it for our benefit, and any affiliation. Please go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Go right ahead, Joanne.
My name is Joanne Weidman. I am a neighbor of Anna Dahan's from T.Y. Taylor 41 in the Taylor Yards neighborhood. Our home faces the tracks, and like Anna, we bought into the neighborhood knowing that we were going to be living near train tracks. We do feel vibration. We do hear noise. When the windows are closed, the noise is not bad. But it is extremely concerning to hear that these tracks may be moved 30 feet closer. That is a significant percentage closer to us, given that we already are very close to these tracks. And very concerned that the measurements that have been taken do not, I forget the category is, it's either moderate or mild, whatever rating was given to the impact it would have on our community. That just seems wrong, and I question those measurements and those reports, and would urge a wider variety of measurements to be taken from different locations at different times. Further concerned that, as Anna mentioned, we do have I believe 355 low-income units in this development, and I'm concerned about the impact on those residents as well. And I am further concerned, as Anna also said, that because of the pandemic, because libraries are closed, because some of the sources of information about even these hearings and the public comment time availability has been limited because of the pandemic, I would like to request an extension on the ability to make public comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. We appreciate you taking the time to share with us your point of view. It has been recorded and will be responded to. Thank you very much. I do not see any other hands raised, but I would want to encourage those of you online, if you care to provide us a comment, to please do so anytime. And a reminder to everyone that the panel is available for this evening until 8 o'clock tonight to hear comments. Folks join us at different times during these time periods. It's also the case when we do in-person public hearings that people would come in and out during a number of hours in order to be heard on the comments, or on the project. So we appreciate and want to make sure that the team is available to do that similarly online. I do see another hand raised from a member of the public. I want to recognize Dawn Tien to speak next. Dawn, if you can please spell your name for the benefit of the transcriber, and to state any affiliation you might have, and to please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, I'm Dawn Tien, T-I-E-N, and I am a homeowner in the Taylor Yards community here, along with the neighbors who have just spoken. A member of our community actually put together a very succinct email outlining some of our concerns. So I just wanted to take this time to go over each and every point, because I know, some have been said, some have been missed, but I'll go ahead and read what he had prepared. My home, along with several others, either face or are in close proximity to the railroad row. Our home is presently 100 feet away from the nearest rail track. The HSR project would require moving the Amtrak and Metrolink tracks 30 feet closer to our community in order to accommodate the HSR. After reviewing the noise and vibration chapter of the draft EIR, I was shocked to realize that the report concluded that the project will only cause moderate impacts to our community. Therefore, CHSRA is proposing 0 mitigation measures to reduce noise or vibration impacts from this project. I understand that the forecasted noise levels and vibration levels will be lower than the current decibel and vibration decibel levels. We find that conclusion lacking in common sense and logic. It is hard to believe that the shifting of the train tracks 30 feet closer to our homes will not lead to an increase in noise and vibration levels. We believe that the high-speed train and the shifting of the track will significantly and permanently increase the levels of noise, dust, and daily interruptions beyond what we currently endure. We also are concerned about the structural damage to the buildings that will occur over time due to the increased vibrations, and request that an assessment be made of potential damage along with a remedy to mitigate the long-term impacts. We believe the noise and vibration studies carried out in our community to be inherently flawed, and I would request the CHSRA direct staff to reanalyze the noise and vibration studies in our community. We are also fearful that the approval of the EIR without factoring in any mitigation measures will lead to an immediate impairment of the property values. I don't believe the DEIR factored this analysis in the report, and I would like to get a written response on what compensation will be provided to property owners who will most very likely very much experience a reduction in their property values. Please note that the Taylor Yard community includes 4 low-income housing developments that houses 305 homes for extremely low-income, very low-income, and low-income families. These affordable homes comprise over 76% of the total number of residential units in Taylor Yard. However, no environmental justice impacts to this community have been analyzed. I request that CHSRA direct staff to study the environmental justice impacts upon Taylor Yard. As many speakers have previously pointed out, in today's COVID environment, no one seems to be aware about this project, or that the DEIR is on the street and what impacts their community will experience. Therefore, in closing, I request CHSRA to carry out better outreach to our impacted community and extend the public comment period beyond July 31st. Thank you.
Don, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, especially on behalf of your community. I stated previously, and I will go ahead and state again, just in terms of process, All of the comments that are being received today, the authority will be preparing responses to each and every comment. The environmental document will be revised as needed and include the responses to your comments as part of that document. That final, as it's called, the final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement, is targeted for release next year in 2021. After that point is when the authority board of directors will consider approval of the project and issue a record of decision and a notice of determination as part of the required legal environmental process. So we still have some additional steps to take here, but today is a very important one to receive your comments on behalf of your communities, your organizations, where you live, where you work, what property you are interested in. That is the point of today's public hearing, is to allow the public to provide comment to the authority for it to consider and for it to respond to. So again, thank you for participating. I do see some additional folks online, although I do not see anyone with their hands raised. So please, the panel is convened to receive your comments today. We are hitting the half-hour mark. So what we'd like to do is repeat our instructions as we are waiting for folks to raise their hands. And I would like to ask Bruce if you would like to just repeat our instructions and our protocol for the benefit of the group who are online with us today, in case anyone additional is joining us now.
Thank you, Hanno. And as was just mentioned, my name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And I'd like to welcome those who have just joined us and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives, and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us to continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing and provide any person with assistance in submitting an oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section, Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Your responses to comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. I'd like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. I'd like to turn it back over to Hanno Veva, who is our moderator for the virtual hearing. Hanno?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bruce, and reminding us of why we are convened today for this important program of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I would like to point you to the slide on the screen once again. which indicates how you can provide us a written or verbal comment on the project. It's very important for us to provide a variety of methods for the public to provide us a comment, depending on whether or not you have internet access, what your preference is in terms of writing or speaking. We are able to receive your comment any which way you would like to provide it to us. Today we are receiving verbal comments via this public hearing. So all you need to do is to speak, indicate by raising your hand or pushing *9 on your telephone keypad, and we are ready to receive verbal comment. You can also provide us a verbal comment through our telephone hotline, which you can see on your screen there at 877-977-1660. We also are able to receive formal comments through the authority's website at hsr.ca.gov. You can also email your comment, and you can see that on the screen there, to the authority directly at its email address, which is Burbank_Los Angeles, and Los Angeles has dots, los.angeles@hsr.ca.gov. Or you can mail your comment, which the authority still receives its mail, and as long as it's postmarked prior to Friday, July 31st, that will be equal to any other comment if it were in writing on electronic email or via the website or by telephone. All methods of comment are equal, and we encourage you to use whatever method that you're comfortable with in order to provide the authority with your comment on the project. I'd like to go ahead and just state the mailing address for the authority. Its Southern California office is in Los Angeles. Please make it to the attention of the Burbank to Los Angeles Draft EIR EIS. The address to the authority is 355 South Grand Avenue, Suite 2050. That's in Los Angeles, California, 90071. So again, we encourage comment in any way you are comfortable, and we are here today to receive oral comment via our virtual public hearing. I see a few folks online. I do not see any hands raised. So we will stay here as the panelists to await any additional comments. It's 5:37 right now. If the panel prefers, you can turn off your cameras if you need a stretch, but please do not mute and still be available if you can until 5:50, at which time we'll take a 10-minute break. So please stay online, and those of you who are online with us, please raise your hand or indicate to us anytime if you're ready to make a comment. Just a quick announcement. Hello, everyone. Just to acknowledge, we are in public hearing mode, ready to receive public comments on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. We are live and available online to you in order for the public to provide comment orally to our panel, which is available and still convened. It's 5:45 right now. In another 5 minutes on the hour, we are taking a 10-minute break for the panel. Currently, we are just off camera for a moment while we wait to receive any additional public comments. While we are waiting, for those of you online or perhaps possibly just joining us, on your screen you can see the various methods to provide public comment besides today's public hearing, where you can make an oral formal comment. We ask that all comments come back to the authority by Friday, July 31st. This is a 60-day public comment period that is available. It has been extended from a 45-day period, which was previously announced. The document's been available since Friday, May 29th, and the public comment period currently closes on Friday, July 31st. And we are encouraging you to make your public comments today or anytime via any one of these methods, as you can see on screen, to the authority by this time. The authority has been working on preparing the draft environmental document for quite some time and is pleased to have it released and available to the public for specific review. I've mentioned previously the authority receives and reads each and every public comment on the document. All public comments are received, recorded, and responded to. The authority's team is required to review every comment and respond to it as part of the final environmental impact report, final environmental impact statement. These are documents that are required legally, both through the federal and state environmental law, and the authority has been complying with that as it's continued its planning and environmental document process throughout this project development period. Currently, we are in the formal public comment period, which is available to all public agencies, elected officials, public at large, anyone who's interested to comment on the project, and the authority is eager to receive those comments and respond to them specifically. As I mentioned, they will be documented as part of the final environmental document currently scheduled for release next year, 2021. The best way to stay apprised of the program is to visit the website, where updates are regularly posted, and or to receive our public as part of our email program. So be sure to indicate that you would want to be part of the email list to receive ongoing project updates. Once the authority completes its final environmental document, it is presented to the authority's board of directors, and it's considered for approval by that board. With their decision, if they so adopt it, it will become, they will issue a record of decision in compliance with the federal law and a notice of determination in compliance with the state law. That's the environmental process that every major program undergoes. The authority has been doing this for some time and is pleased to be in this phase of the project for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. Again, the panel members are available currently, ready to listen to any formal comments. It's 5:48 currently. We'll wait another couple of minutes to see if anyone is interested in raising their hand or pushing *9 on your telephone line to indicate that you're ready to provide a formal comment. At which point at 5:50, we will turn cameras off and the panelists will be taking a 10-minute break and we'll resume at 6 o'clock. I'll indicate that once we go offline just for a moment during our 5-hour public hearing this evening, which will convene at 8 o'clock tonight. All right. I would like to state that the panel will now turn off cameras and go on mute and be taking a 10-minute break. So we will be offline for just 10 minutes and reconvene at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Good evening. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'd like to welcome you and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives, and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us to continue to develop the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during the hearing and to provide any in-person assistance with submitting oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not be responding to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this evening is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. I'd like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor back over to Genoveva Arellano, our moderator. Genoveva.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bruce, and good evening, everyone. As Bruce mentioned, my name is Genoveva Arellano, and it's my pleasure to moderate our public hearing this evening, which is organized specifically to receive formal public comment on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental document. This document has been released by the authority and is available to the public since Friday, May 29th, and the public comment period concludes on Friday, July 31st. We will be repeating this date to emphasize the importance of getting your public comments in on time. There still is plenty of time, including tonight's public hearing, where we welcome your verbal comments online or through your phone here on our virtual public hearing. We want to welcome and encourage your public comment anytime, again, by Friday, July 31st. We are in a 60-day public comment period, which originally was publicized as a 45-day period. It has been extended to Friday, July 31st, which will allow additional time for folks to give us your comment on this very important program. We will continue to show the slide that you see on screen now as a reminder of how to provide us with your comment today or anytime prior to Friday, July 31st. The same information is available to you and anyone online through the authority's website, as Bruce mentioned, at www.hsr.ca.gov. If you would like to watch the public hearing and not provide comments today, you can also do so by going to our YouTube channel and search for California High-Speed Rail. The link is also provided on your screen. In addition, the authority has created a virtual open house or project website that is very user-friendly and specific to the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, focused on the draft environmental document. This website can be found at www.meethsrsocal.org. Let me repeat that by letter, www.meethsrsocal.org. meethsrsocal.org. It's a comprehensive online virtual place where you can access the complete set of environmental documents in addition to useful videos that the staff has prepared to walk you through how to find what you're interested in and how to interact with the document, including an interactive map where you can enter an address, a local landmark, a place of interest on the project, on a project map, and you will be able to see the project alignment. You can see a screenshot of the homepage of that meethsrsocal.org website now on your screen. We encourage using that interactive map to help you become more familiar with the alignment, the project area, and where any points of interest that you might have on our interactive map. It's a very useful tool to see geographically how the project interacts with any area of interest that you might have. There's also additional, a lot more additional information on the project, and we encourage you to check that out to increase your engagement and education about the project as you're making your comments. You'll see the same directions on the website there on how to provide a public comment as you see on your screen today. And again, all public comments are due by Friday, July 31st. As Bruce mentioned, if you are ready to provide your formal comment today, we are ready to receive it. The panel today is specifically convened to listen to your comments and hear what you have to say. Please use the raise your hand feature that you have on your Zoom dashboard there at the bottom of the screen. Or if you are online via phone, please push *9 in order to indicate your hand being raised. We will take all speakers in order. And we would ask you to state your name and to spell it out. Any affiliation is also appreciated so the panel understands from where you're coming. And then we would give you a 3-minute time frame in order to give us your public comment today. We also have appreciated our elected offices with joining us today and would encourage any public office to indicate your interest in making a comment, and we will get to you right away. Similarly, if you are calling in today by phone, I won't be able to see your name, but I will be able to see your phone number. So you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you'll hear a prompt that will unmute your phone, and you will be allowed to make your 3-minute comment. We will be keeping track of our 3-minute time frame via a timer. If for any reason you want to make additional comments, we do encourage that by submitting your comments in writing or via our telephone, or again, anytime in any way you prefer prior to Friday, July 31st. Again, you see the various methods of providing public comment on your screen, and we encourage you to do so either today verbally or anytime in writing prior to Friday, July 31st. As Bruce mentioned, tonight's broadcast is being transmitted simultaneously in Spanish. So what I'd like to do is make a quick announcement in Spanish to any Spanish listeners who might benefit from pushing on the interpretation button at the bottom of the screen, which will take them over to the Spanish interpretation. Muy bienvenidos a todos ustedes a esta reunión del proyecto de Burbank a Los Ángeles del Autoridad de Alta Velocidad aquí en California. Estamos aquí para recibir sus comentarios acerca del documento ambiental de este proyecto. Es muy importante recibir sus comentarios. Si usted prefiere escuchar esta presentación o esta reunión en español, por favor oprime el botón en su pantalla que se dice Interpretation y de allí puede escuchar esta reunión en español. Tenemos este servicio para servir a ustedes esta noche. Muchas gracias. Again, the authority welcomes all of your comments today or any time by Friday, July 31st. For your information, at the end of each hour, we will be taking a 10-minute break. So we'll be resuming these announcements throughout the hour. I currently do not see anybody with a hand raised or indicating they're ready to make a comment, but the panel is here through the duration. We will be adjourning at 8 o'clock this evening and taking a 10-minute break on the hour. I'll be continuing to make these announcements for anyone who may be just joining us, and we'll repeat them on the half hour as well for the benefit of the group. So again, thank you for joining us. And again, if you are ready to provide a formal public comment on the draft environmental document of the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, please raise your hand or indicate that via your telephone pad by pushing *9. Thank you very much. Just a couple of announcements while we are here. The authority is always been very receptive to public comments throughout the planning process of its projects. As you know, we are in a formal public comment period now, and we encourage public comments via any language. As you can see on the screen, we do have services available in Spanish, Chinese, Armenian, Japanese, and other languages that are present in our project corridor. We encourage folks to call, and we arrange interpretation for those languages if those are preferred in order to provide a public comment. In addition, the authority is hosting office hours, a time that you can schedule with a member of the authority who is familiar with the project. This is a good time for you to just ask any specific questions prior to you providing a formal public comment, prior to when the authority would be able to conduct in-person meetings. We would engage with the public and answer questions directly one-on-one with individuals. We still want to be able to do that in an alternative way via the telephone, and we would just ask for you to schedule an online appointment. At the website that I mentioned earlier called meethsrsocal.org, at the bottom of the homepage is a quick link to schedule an appointment. We have 3 available dates coming up prior to the end of the public comment period for you to schedule a time with the authority staff member to ask any specific questions that might help you further understand the project. The environmental document is quite voluminous, and it may be difficult to navigate or find what you might exactly be looking for. So we would be happy to help you do that. These office hours are intended to do that one-on-one with you. If you have a specific question about a property, a topic like noise or construction impacts or what have you, whatever you may be interested in and want just to find a little bit more information or navigation through the environmental document, we really encourage you to schedule a time with a member of our team. These dates that are coming up are still available. This coming Monday, July 13th, from 1 to 3 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon, we have some time slots available. In addition, next Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., so those are morning times. Next Wednesday, July 15th is available. And then the following week on Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 noon to 2 o'clock p.m. We encourage you scheduling a time that might work for you with any member of our staff to assist you with answering any question that you might have about the project. This is another way to help with your public comment. I do see that we do have a member of the public who has raised their hand, so we appreciate that. So I would like to ask all panel members to turn your cameras back on and to be available. I know you're listening. I would like to call on Michael Banner, who I recognize has your hand raised. Michael, if you can please repeat your name and spell it if there's an unusual spelling, any affiliation, and you have 3 minutes, please, to make your comment. It looks like you are still muted, Michael. Can you try unmuting your phone or your...
How about now? Can you hear me?
There you go. We can hear you. Go right ahead, Michael.
Michael Banner, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-B-A-N-N-E-R. I'm a property owner in Lincoln Heights. And I had a question about, as you said, it's a voluminous document. There are no elevations that I can make any sense out of to show what's going to happen with the I guess the bridge that's coming in on Main Street. And I wonder is that going to be shown later, or are there any models that somebody can actually see to get a sense of what this thing is going to look like once it's finished? And then my second question would be, you're partnering with Metro on the link up. And Metro, with a lot of its projects, has something that's called a business interruption fund that is designed to help businesses that are impacted by construction of their projects. Is that something that's being looked at by High Speed Rail?
Excellent, Michael. Thank you for both of your questions. Just as a reminder, the public hearing today is to receive your questions or your comments for the record. The panel is not answering questions, but those definitely will be answered as part of the environmental document. If I can ask you, however, Michael, to repeat your first question. The audio on that dropped out just a bit. I think you were asking about the elevation of the Main Street Bridge. So if you can just repeat that for the record, I want to make sure we have that accurately. And then please know that those questions will be answered in the final environmental document. You may also want to consider an office appointment to talk one-on-one with a member of our staff to have that answer in hand prior to any additional formal comment that you might want to offer. So can you repeat your first question, please?
Yep. My first question goes to the new bridge that is coming on Main Street. My looking at the documents, I'm not an engineer or anything like that, and I was wondering whether or not there is a model or have there been models or something that shows elevations of the height of the new bridge so you can have some perspective of how it's going to fit into the community.
Excellent. Thank you for your comment, Michael. Again, I would encourage you and any member to do a one-on-one appointment if you have a specific question like that that would be helpful to you prior to the end of the comment period for you to advance any additional public comment that you might have about that specific geographic area. I would like to encourage any other individual who is online now to raise your hand to provide us your formal comment. The panel is sitting here available to listen and to hear your comments as part of today's formal public hearing. As we await any additional members of the public to provide us formal public comments, I would invite the panel to feel free to turn off your camera, to stretch or walk. We know you're still there. We are still in live mode to receive public comments. And as we get anyone raising their hand, I will be sure to acknowledge them. So please stand by. I'll leave that to our panelists if you prefer to do that. We are still in our public hearing for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section and are ready to receive comments from anyone who is ready to raise their hand or push *9 on your telephone line. Just a quick announcement. I want to acknowledge we are approaching the half-hour mark of our 6 o'clock hour. Again, we are in our public hearing, broadcasting live and ready to receive any formal comment from the public on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section environmental document. Our panel is assembled here and ready to receive comments from the public or any members of our elected offices or other public agencies. I'd like to ask our team leader, Bruce Armstead, if you'd like to repeat instructions for today's public hearings for the benefit of any members who may have just joined us at this half-hour mark.
Thank you, Hannah. Again, my name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance at California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'd like to welcome and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to complications caused by COVID-19 California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section of the draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. Excuse me. The public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us to continue to develop the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing and provide any person with assistance in submitting an oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how you can join online or via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles section draft, environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during this public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this evening is to listen and to record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. I'd like to introduce those representing California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. I'll turn it back over to Genoveva Arellano, our moderator for this virtual hearing. Genoveva?
Thank you so much, Bruce. Yes, my name is Genoveva Arellano. Happy to moderate our public hearing today on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental document that's been released. It's been released and available for public review and comment since Friday, May 29th. The public comment period has been extended from originally a 45-day period to a 60-day public comment period ending on Friday, July 31st. So you'll hear us repeat that date over and over. Very important. Want to make sure people know by when you need to submit a formal comment if you are so interested. And there's plenty of ways to do that. First, I want to welcome and encourage your public comment. Again, anytime before Friday, July 31st. We will continue to show the slide on the screen to remind you of the various ways to comment on the project beyond oral comment during today's public hearing. Again, anytime before Friday, July 31st, all forms of comment are equal. So whether it's a verbal comment that you provide us today that is transcribed, or an email that you send to us, or a letter that is received by U.S. Postal. They are all equal and excellent ways to provide the team your comment, which will be reviewed and responded to in the final environmental document. All of the same information is also available on the authority's website at hsr.ca.gov. If you Google California High Speed, it should come up. We want to encourage you to visit the website to receive complete project information, including a special project website specific to the Burbank to Los Angeles environmental document, which can be reached at meethsrsocal.org. That link is also available off of the main website under the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, but it's a special page that the authority has created to bring to you virtually all elements of the draft environmental document in different ways to review and receive the information. Links are available there to actually download sections or the entire environmental document if you so choose. You can also click on an interactive map to see the map of the project alignment and to enter an address or a landmark or a point of interest that you might have in relation to the project to see the proximity of a point of interest to the alignment. We really encourage you to check it out. That information is also available by assessor parcel number. So if you're interested in the real estate aspects and have an APN, you can enter that as well on the interactive website. Again, available at meethsrsocal.org. On the screen here, you can see the homepage of that website, which also has some useful videos, other quick links to schedule an appointment with the project team. We do have office hours, as we are describing them, available to you to meet one-on-one by phone or online with a member of our team. We have 3 available dates that are coming up. If you'd like to schedule that online, you can just go to this website, go down to the quick links and schedule an appointment. The 3 available dates that are coming up are this coming Monday, July 13th, from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The next date that's available is Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So that's a morning time slot. And then the following week, Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 noon to 2 o'clock p.m. All of these are available times that staff is ready to receive your questions and work with you one-on-one just to help you navigate the document, answer any specific questions, and help inform you a little bit more prior to your providing a formal public comment. These office hours are not meant for you to provide a formal comment, and they are not part of the formal record, but rather just another way to provide you some user-friendly information or answer some of your questions prior to you being ready to provide a comment. So in lieu of in-person meetings, which unfortunately we are not able to provide during this period, this is another way for the staff to be available to you and to answer your specific questions so that you understand the document, you understand the project, and how to respond by providing us your comments on the document. As we mentioned earlier, all of the comments that are provided today and also, or in any way, any of the methods that we described to you earlier will be responded to in the final environmental document. So it is the authority's responsibility to receive everyone's public comments during this formal public comment period ending on Friday, July 31st. And with those comments, the team reads each and every one of the comments and responds to them. From those comments, it will be able to revise the environmental document as needed and include those responses directly into the document so that it can be redistributed sometime next year in 2021 for the public to receive and review what those responses are to all of your comments. Following that, the authority will take up, consider approval of the project and issue a record of decision via according to federal law and a notice of determination to comply with state law. This is the formal process for a project adoption in order to proceed to the next step of possibly moving ahead with the program. The environmental phase is very important to disclose to the public all the various impacts that are associated with this project and provides you an opportunity to comment and express any concerns or any support or any commentary you would like in relation to the project as it's presented in the draft environmental document. So again, we want to make sure it's well understood that the authority is very interested in receiving your comments, your opinion, in any which way you would like to provide it to us, via phone, via email, through the project website form, or today via oral formal public comment. This panel is specifically convened for you to provide us your comments today. So we are here until 8 o'clock this evening. The panel is ready to listen to any comments. On my screen, I do not see, oh, excuse me, I see one person with their hand raised, so I will take the next person who has requested to speak. Gloria Gasca, we acknowledge you participating, and we appreciate you raising your hand to provide your comment. I would like to acknowledge you now and indicate that you have 3 minutes for your public comment. Please state your name, any affiliation, and spell your name for the record just to make sure that we have that correctly. Go right ahead, Gloria.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Gloria Gasca, Gloria, Gloria, Gasca, Gasca, and I am the principal of Puck Excel Charter Academy. It's the middle school on Main Street. And I'm speaking to you just as a concerned parent and administrator. I'm a little disappointed at the lack of time around announcing this meeting and really how it reached out to us as one of your community stakeholders. I do appreciate, I listened to some of the meeting, and I appreciate the opportunities to make appointments, so we'll be doing that in the future too for the other July dates. But as now for voicing our school community concerns, our biggest concern is around just the change in the route and the devastation that that's going to cause our community. So one of my questions is, why the change of the route? We were under the impression that it would go with the existing railroad route, and we would just like more information as to why this in your future response. Just the proposed route is going to go through a beautiful new park that they just built. It took years to start to enjoy that park, and now it's going to be impacted. Also, I think just the overall concern that this new or the proposed route will impact our neighborhood streets. We were already highly congested. I've had students be the victims of drivers rushing to get or to try to do a shortcut and hitting them as they cross the street or travel on their bikes to school. So it's just a huge concern for the traffic and the route changing that we will have in our neighborhood. So I just want more clarity around the impact study of our streets. It's also already a community that's heavily impacted with the truck traffic. So this is going to cause another layer of wait time for our commuters. As I've read up on some of the wait times that the railroad will impact our communities as well. So just to really think about the project itself, it's going to be taking out huge chunks of our neighborhood and really devastating and endangering our community. So I just want to know why this new proposed route when the first route that was in place, was the already existing railroad. So thank you.
Dr. Gasca, thank you very much. I appreciate you making comments for us today. And I think I heard you say that you might consider the office hours, which of course I would encourage to get any of those specific questions answered during this comment period. Thank you very much. I also see some additional folks online, but no one with their hands raised. So again, I just want to remind the audience that the panel is assembled here today as part of the formal public hearing of the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. We are approaching, it's 6:43 right now. What we've been doing is on the hour, taking a 10-minute break for the panelists to stretch their legs, turn cameras off and microphones off to reconvene on the hour. So we are still here until, let's say, 6:50. If we don't have any additional people raising their hands ready to make a comment, I will instruct the panel to take a 10-minute break at that point. So just for the audience to know, we are still here. On the screen, you can see that we have various methods of providing formal public comments. Again, we really want to encourage the due date of Friday, July 31st. It takes quite a bit to get the document assembled and released to the public. And the 60-day public comment period has been extended from a 45-day period to increase the availability of the document being available for review and for the public to comment. We really encourage you to take a look and provide us your comments on the project. As I mentioned earlier, each and every comment will be responded to, whether it's a question or a comment or a statement. All of that is recorded and documented as part of this formal process. The authority is very interested in making sure people are aware of the program and have an opportunity to provide comments on it. So I would encourage you to do so via any of these methods and to visit the website for additional information and to download the document directly. The document typically, as the authority releases its environmental documents to the community, are also placed in places of public access, such as our libraries. Unfortunately, we do not have our public libraries open in order for the public to walk in and review those documents. That has been typically a very common way, a traditional way for agencies to provide the community an opportunity to physically review the documents. So in lieu of that, we have all of the information available online. We also are extending our office hours to help navigate and walk a person through over the phone with the documents. Also, our Caltrans headquarters in downtown Los Angeles, as well as the high-speed rail office in Los Angeles, has physical copies of the document. Please check our website to identify the opportunities to view those documents at the Caltrans location or anytime during typical business hours at the high-speed rail office. It is, again, an unusual situation in that this document has been released during this restricted in-person access time, but we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make the information available to the public for review. And the authority staff is available to help walk you through that via our office hours once again. We do have those 3 available dates coming up on Friday, excuse me, this coming Monday. Pull that up once again. This coming Monday, July 13th from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Next Wednesday, July 15th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. or next Tuesday, the following week, July 21st from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Again, these are by appointment, and the authority staff is very interested and available to answer questions directly, which is very helpful one-on-one. After you've had a chance to review the document, you might have a specific question or not able to find something. We encourage you to reach out to us. I'm going to ask the panel to stand by. We have about another 3 minutes before I will ask you to turn your cameras off and take a quick break. We will be taking a 10-minute break beginning at 6:50, assuming we don't have any other individuals who are ready to make their comments. We, of course, are ready to receive them. So thank you again for participating. Please stand by for another couple of minutes, and then we'll be taking a 10-minute break. Okay, we've approached 6:50 time check. We'll be taking a 10-minute break, everyone. Thank you again for participating. We will resume at the top of the hour at 7 p.m. Thank you very much.
For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Bruce Armstead, and I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'd like to welcome and thank you for your participation in this evening's virtual public hearing. Due to complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives, and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing and provide any person with assistance in submitting an oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles projects, Burbank to Los Angeles section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this evening is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, NEPA Assignment Manager. I'd like to turn it over to Genoveva Ariano, our moderator for this virtual hearing. Genoveva.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bruce. As Bruce mentioned, my name is Genoveva Arellano, and it's my pleasure to moderate this evening's public hearing. We are in our final hour here at 7 o'clock. We will be adjourning the public hearing this evening at 8 o'clock p.m. I will review the protocol for commenting during the remainder of this public hearing and help facilitate our discussion to receive your oral comments during this formal period. First, we welcome and encourage your public comment anytime on the document by Friday, July 31st. Again, this is in relation to the environmental document released on Friday, May 29th. We are in a 60-day public comment review period, which concludes on Friday, July 31st. We are encouraging all to comment on the project, including during tonight's formal public hearing, and any other method you would like prior to Friday, July 31st. As you can see on your screen, we will continue to show this slide as a reminder of how to provide us your comments today or anytime again by the due date of Friday, the 31st of July. The same information is also available all the time on the authority's website. As Bruce mentioned, that website address is hsr.ca.gov. If you would like to watch the public hearing and not provide comments today, you can also do this by going to the authority's YouTube channel and search for California High-Speed Rail, and the link will show up, and you can watch the hearing the remainder of it via YouTube. In addition, the authority has created a virtual open house or a project website that's very specific to the Burbank to LA project section. You can see a screenshot of that homepage on your screen now. This website can be accessed by entering this web address, which is meethsrsocal.org. And again, let me repeat that by the letters MEETHRSOCAL.org. That's the web address. If you put that in your in any search engine, you can come up to that website. And it's a comprehensive online kind of one-stop shop virtual place where you can access the complete set of the environmental documents, in addition to other useful videos, an interactive map, and so much more. So we really encourage you to take a look at that, educate yourself more on the project, and use it as a way to formally comment on the project. There's a quick link there where you can do that, or download the documents. It's very user-friendly, very easy to navigate. Really encourage you to check out the interactive map where you can enter an address, a point of interest, a local landmark in the Burbank to Los Angeles vicinity of this project area, and you can see a little bit more exactly the relationship between an address and the project that's being proposed. So take a look, and again, we encourage you to do so sooner than later, as your formal comment is required by the end of the public comment period, which is Friday, July 31st. As Bruce mentioned, if you are ready to provide your formal comment now, we are ready to receive it. Please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. Speakers will be called in order. And I will announce your name. Or if you're calling in via phone, I will announce the last 4 digits of your phone number that I see on screen. Please note that it's normal practice to allow any agency or other elected officials to speak first. We have not had any problems in making sure everyone has ample opportunity to speak. So we do want to acknowledge, though, any elected representatives or representatives of elected offices who may be online. So please indicate if you are with us now. So if we, when your name is called, we request that each of you speak slowly, that you clearly state your first and last name and any affiliation if you would like to offer that. I may need you to spell your name or your organization to make sure the transcription is recorded accurately. Similarly, if you're calling in, I will identify you by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and same thing, I'll need you to state your name, any affiliation, and to go right ahead, and you'll be unmuted, and then you'll be able to speak your comment. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the countdown will be after you state your name and affiliation, so you'll have plenty of time. I'll be monitoring that with the timer. When the 3 minutes have expired, I'll let you know, and you can exit the meeting or stay online with us until 8 o'clock, at which point we will be adjourning. For any reason, if you would like to provide additional comments, you absolutely are welcome to comment more than once. So after your 3 minutes today, you are welcome to also email in or submit your full comments by mail or going on to our website by filling out the form there. So again, we really encourage your comments after review of the document as it relates to the proposed project. While we expect to have sufficient time during this period, if for any reason I need to limit time in order to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak, I will do that and let you know. On occasion, at the end of a meeting, sometimes we get additional folks who come in at the end because that's when it's convenient for them. So we'll make sure to accommodate that, and I will make any changes to the speaking, but I fully expect we'll be able to accommodate everyone who's interested in making a comment today without a problem. As Bruce mentioned, we do have a court reporter online to transcribe exactly and prepare a written record of today's testimony from all of you. This is so that we can have an exact record, and so that can be responded to exactly as part of the final environmental document. We may ask you to, I may need to interrupt you to clarify any audio or any words that may not be clear so that we have a complete record. As Bruce mentioned, this public hearing is also being broadcast simultaneously in Spanish. For those of you who are interested, at the bottom of your screen, there's an interpretation button that you can click on to receive that simultaneous transmission in Spanish. I would like to make an announcement now for in case anyone is online here who would prefer the Spanish presentation. Muy bienvenidos a todos. Gracias a participar hoy en esta reunión oficial del proyecto de Burbank a Los Ángeles de la Autoridad de Alta Velocidad aquí en California. Estamos aquí para recibir sus comentarios acerca de este proyecto y si usted prefiere recibir, escuchar esta reunión o proveer sus comentarios en español, por favor, oprime el botón en su pantalla que se dice Interpretation y de allí puede escuchar y proveernos sus comentarios en español. Estamos aquí para servirles y muchísimas gracias por participar esta noche. Again, the authority welcomes all public comments today in any language or any time by Friday, July 31st, 2020. At the end of this hour, actually this is our final hour, so we will be adjourning promptly at 8 o'clock this evening, which I think will give us ample time to address or to receive any remaining formal comments that we expect to receive today. Throughout this next hour, I will be making announcements to remind any new attendees who might be joining us the various methods to make public comments. We also have some announcements that I'll be making regarding our office hours, and I definitely want to encourage you to visit our meethsrsocal.org website, where you can obtain some additional user-friendly information about the document, and of course the document itself and how to comment formally. We really want to encourage all methods of formal comment this evening. So with that, I am looking online at our participants. I do not show that we have anybody who is raising their hand or indicating an interest to make a formal comment. So I would like to ask our panel to sit tight and see if we're getting any additional formal, comments, and at which point I'll ask you to make sure to have your cameras on to receive that. If you prefer, to my panel members, you can turn your cameras off, but please don't go away. You need to make sure to hear my voice as we conclude or finish up our last hour of the public hearing. Just for the public to know, in-person public hearings, we would assemble the same team members in front of the audience to listen directly to what the public has to say about the project. So it's a very similar format that we've been able to replicate online as we would be doing in person. It's important for the project officials to hear directly from our community members about the project. In addition, there's a whole set of team members who work very hard to pull together the analysis and the description of the project and making sure that it is analyzed as is required by both federal and state law. So all team members are very interested in hearing what the public has to say about the project. So in spite of the fact that we are in a virtual format completely, we are convened in the same way as we would be if we were in person. So I do see that we have an additional member of the public who has raised their hand for a comment, so I very much appreciate that. I want to acknowledge Ana Suarez, who just raised your hand. So Ana, I'm going to call on you next. If you would like to restate your name, any special spelling would be helpful for the transcriber and affiliation. You have 3 minutes, please. And if you, there you go.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Yes, my name is Ana Suarez, that's with 1 N, and it's S-U-A-R-E-Z. I'm an educator in the Lincoln Heights community for over a decade. And right now I'm asking that you extend the comment period times to reach out to the community of Lincoln Heights so that they are properly informed of the direct and indirect impacts of the railway project. My concerns are first, the health and safety of the children who attend schools in the Lincoln Heights immediate community. The air quality will not be safe for them during and after construction. we should consider that they play outside and most get to and from school walking. Schools will face safety and attendance issues. Most of these children come from families with low income who rely on neighboring support systems, such as the parks within Lincoln Heights. These resources provide childcare and recreational activities to enrich and uplift these children's lives. This project will require closing down needed resources for these families, so they should be given the opportunity of time to get better informed and share their concerns and opinions. If I may, ask yourselves, given the choice, would you feel safe knowing your child is now going to go to school next to a railway and can't afford to move? So again, I please ask that you extend the comment period time and reach out to its community members and the families. Thank you so much for your time.
Anna, thank you very much. We appreciate you providing us your comment today. Just for benefit of the panel, I don't see any additional persons with their hands raised. If you need to or just want to stretch, you're welcome to turn off cameras, but please stand by. We are still live in our public hearing to receive formal public comments on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section, and welcome anyone's interest in doing so during this next hour until 8 o'clock this evening. So please stay with us and consider a formal comment at any time. I would like to take this moment to just re-announce the availability of office hours. If you have a specific question or need assistance in reviewing the document, it is available online at the authority's website. We would be happy to walk you through or address any questions that you might have. We have 3 remaining dates for you to schedule an appointment if you would like. Those dates are Monday, June 23rd, excuse me, I'm reading from an incorrect list. Monday, July 13th. We've actually already had several office hours beginning in June. So Monday, July 13th is our next set of office hours, starting at 1 o'clock p.m. And ending at 3 o'clock p.m. So that's this coming Monday. In addition, next week, we have office hours available on Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So those are morning appointments if that works for you. And then the following week on Tuesday, July 21st, from 12 noon to 2 o'clock p.m. So any of these 3 dates, the staff is available to schedule an appointment. I would encourage you to go to our meethsrsocal.org website in order to actually schedule an appointment online. There's a form there that you click on at the bottom where the quick links are to schedule an appointment, and these available dates are there. Please consider doing so if it helps with answering a quick question that you might have or needing to find something in the document that you may not be able to find on your own. A lot of folks have used this time to help understand and find the information that they're looking for. So we certainly would encourage you to do so. While we are waiting, just want to acknowledge to those of you online and may have joined us recently, we are convened today for a formal public hearing on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. While we're waiting, I just want to make another announcement about how the public comments that are received today and throughout our formal public comment period ending on Friday, July 31st, are formally received and included as part of our final environmental document. All comments that are provided on this project will be responded to as part of that final environmental document. The team revises the document as needed as a result of the comments and includes that as part of the responses to comments, which is all encompassing as part of the final environmental document. It is currently scheduled for release next year, 2021. It's quite a process to address each and every comment, not only received today during our formal public hearing, but all the comments that we have received to date, all the way through Friday, July 31st, whether it's an email, a voice message, a formal public comment received during today's hearing. Each and every comment will be responded to as part of that document. Following the release of the final environmental document next year, the authority board would convene and consider approval of the project, formally adopt the project, and issue a record of decision in order to comply with the federal law and a notice of determination, which is required to comply with the state law. So just to give you a little bit of update of the process, takes quite some time in order to pull together the proper description, all the analysis, identify all the potential impacts and the mitigations associated with those impacts in one place, which is what this environmental document is currently doing. It's a draft, which is obviously why we call it a draft environmental impact report and a draft environmental impact statement. Those documents are ordered to comply with both federal and state law, as we've mentioned, and will be moving forward into a final format after review of your comments and consideration of your comments as part of that final step. So I just want to make sure that you are aware of how important this process is and how the authority has been moving through its environmental documents throughout the state. And here now we are considering this 14-mile section of the state network here in Southern California, connecting Burbank Airport to Los Angeles Union Station. Very important link in terms of the statewide network, connecting to major transportation centers and providing you a very specific project description on how they propose, how the authority, how we propose to make that connection between those two very important transportation hubs. We are online and will be here until 8 o'clock this evening. I do not see any additional folks who are online with their hands raised, but I would encourage you to do so. We typically get additional participants prior to the end of our meetings. So we'll be sure to stay online all the way through 8 o'clock p.m., at which point we will adjourn. On the screen, you've been seeing the various methods of providing a public comment. I always encourage folks who even provide a formal comment as part of a public hearing to also submit any additional comments that you like. You can comment more than once and can do so as long as it's prior to the due date of Friday, July 31st. If you are commenting by sending in a letter or anything through the mail, we need to make sure it's postmarked by that date. So I just want to encourage folks to make sure to mark that date, last day of the month, Friday of, turns out to be on a Friday, easy to remember and to consider doing that while we still are receiving formal comments. We are at the half-hour mark in our last hour of our formal public hearing to consider your comments on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section. What I'd like to do is ask our team leader, Bruce, to repeat our protocol and our instructions for receiving your comments tonight in case we get any additional folks or those of you who have just joined us. So we'd like to review that, make sure it's crystal clear. So Bruce, would you like to review that as we continue our hearing?
Yes, thank you, Hannah. For those of you who have just joined us, my name is Bruce Armstead. I'm Director of Operations and Maintenance for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And I'd like to welcome and thank you for your participation in this evening's public hearing. Due to complications caused by COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing, and we appreciate your patience and understanding. We are conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, the alternatives, and the impacts and mitigation measures presented in the Burbank to Los Angeles Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. We have a court reporter online to capture your oral comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have a Spanish translator who will provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during this hearing and provide any person with assistance in assembling an oral comment. With submitting an oral comment. You can submit your comment today by joining this public hearing online or by calling in via phone. You should see detailed information on your screen on how to join online or join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. Again, that's www.hsr.ca.gov. Your comments will become part of the official record for the Burbank to Los Angeles Section Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this evening, is to listen and to record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the Burbank to Los Angeles final Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. Myself, Bruce Armstead, Mark McLaughlin, the Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. I'd like to turn it back over to Hanoveva, our moderator, for a virtual hearing outline of the protocols. Hanoveva?
Yes, thank you very much, Bruce. And again, to all of you who have joined us, thank you very much for taking the time to consider submitting a formal comment. We are ready to receive that today as part of this formal public hearing. This panel is assembled to listen to what you have to say about the existing environmental document, which is a draft document, and to consider it as it prepares its responses to your comments in the next step, which is the preparation and release of a final environmental document. As we've mentioned, that is scheduled for release next year, 2021. And so we would want to make sure that your comments are included as part of that and responded to. It's the responsibility of the authority to conduct a complete environmental review of its project and present that to the public for its review and understanding. We encourage you to go to the authority's website to obtain the documents directly. They're voluminous. Every environmental document, especially for this program, has a lot of information. It's very thorough, very complete. A team has put it together to make sure that all the requirements are included from top to bottom in terms of this 14-mile section that navigates through an urban area on an existing rail corridor. So there's lots to consider. All of it is included in verse and in diagrams appropriately in the document for your review. It's available online, and we would encourage you to take a look at that. We are emphasizing today that formal public comments are due at the end of a 60-day public comment period, which is Friday, July 31st. This was originally set as a 45-day public comment period, which is typical for a program like this, but has been extended an additional 15 days to Friday, July 31st. So we're expecting that provides ample opportunity for review and comment of the document. The authority has also created a special website to help navigate and understand the environmental document. The site is called meethsrsocal.org. Since we were not able to have any in-person consultations during this, this time of restriction for in-person meetings, especially as a governmental agency, we wanted to consider every way available to extend that in-person accessibility via the website, via a virtual method. And the meethsrsocal.org website is our way of creating an open house or virtual meeting for you to navigate on your own. It's organized by station as we would do in person, where you move from station to receive different types of information about the project, including the environmental impacts, the engineering drawings, an interactive map where you can enter an address, a point of interest, or a community landmark that you might be interested in what its proximity is to the project and if there's any potential impact or overlap. That is shown on a map. These are conceptual drawings and does not commit the authority to any of its of what it tells you, because this is all draft and not an official approved project yet, but that is part of the process that the authority is doing, is releasing and making this information available to the public so that there's a good understanding of what it is proposing to connect California with a high-speed rail network from the north to the south. This is an important link, as we've mentioned. It's a 14-mile link between Burbank Airport and Los Angeles Union Station, and one that cuts across on existing rail corridor through existing communities. So we very much appreciate those of you who have already provided us your public comment about your concerns or your questions as it relates to this proposed project. That's exactly the intent of today's hearing, is to receive those. As I mentioned, each and every comment will be reviewed, considered, and responded to as part of the final environmental document. I'd like to also re-announce that the authority staff is available to meet with you virtually through office hours that are available over the next couple of weeks. And the idea behind this is to answer questions directly. The office hours are not formal public comment periods, so there's not a court reporter like we have today to transcribe your comments, but it's really just another way, especially in this restricted environment for in-person meetings, for us to just answer your questions and help you navigate the document if you need that. So again, these office hours are meant to provide that service to you, and the staff is very eager and willing to help you understand the project if you have a specific question. Several folks during this evening's public hearing had some specific questions, and I would encourage you or anyone to take advantage of our office hours to perhaps illuminate the answers to those questions, which they will be able to do during those times. There are 3 available dates coming up. Monday, July 13th, from 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon is available. Next Wednesday, July 15th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So we have some morning appointments available for you. And then the following week on Tuesday, July 21st, 12 noon to 2 o'clock p.m. These are all 2-hour sets of appointment that staff has set aside and is available to you. If you go to our meethsrsocal.org website, there's a quick link there where you can schedule an appointment with staff, and that's there's an online form that you can just request those appointments there. We encourage you to do so. The authority is very committed to making sure its communities is aware of the project. Outreach has been done from the very early stages of the project planning and continues now. There's more and more ways of us extending the reach of the project, as you can see online in today's hearing, through our phone lines, we really want to encourage your consideration of this project, which will extend the transportation network here in California. I do not see any additional individuals with their hands raised. It is 7:40. So we are still here, and we will adjourn promptly at 8 o'clock this evening. So if the panelists would like to turn off cameras, please stand by. I will announce if we get another formal comment coming in, at which point I would like to ask you to turn your cameras back on. So if you need to stretch or take a quick break, please do. But please stand by as we are still live for the Burbank to Los Angeles project section public hearing and are ready to receive any public comment now. So thank you very much, and we'll stand by for anyone additional. All right, for benefit of the group, I wanted to just have our panel members rejoin. I know you've been there. I would rather put your cameras back on. We're at our last 5 minutes of our public hearing this evening. For those of you online, and I don't think anyone new has joined, but just in case, thank you very much for taking a moment to participate in today's public hearing. The panel has convened specifically to receive any oral comments from the public on the Burbank to Los Angeles project section draft environmental document that is available for public review and comment until Friday, July 31st. We are in our final moments of our public hearing, which will adjourn at 8 o'clock this evening. I do see that we have one individual who has raised their hand for a comment prior to our adjournment, which is great. So I would like to recognize Derek Blaine. Derek, you're the next person to speak on the program. If you can please restate your name, any affiliation, and please sure to spell your name so we have that accurately for the record. Go right ahead, Derek.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely. Go right ahead. You have.
Thank you. My name is Derek Lane. That's DEREK LANE. I want to thank the panel and the opportunity to speak publicly, and appreciate the report being distributed to the community regarding this project. I appreciate the process, and I do appreciate the need for these sorts of projects, to go forward and to happen. I hate to have a not in my backyard type of attitude about this, but I do have to voice that I was pretty concerned upon reading the report. My general feeling is that more people in my community would be concerned if they had the patience or the knowledge to be able to read the report and understand it. It's very extensive, but I thought some of the more concerning items are kind of buried in that thing. I live in a community that is just southeast of Rio de Los Angeles Park. It's a brand new community. It's only been here for a couple of years. Has about 100 privately owned condos, so one of which me and my wife live in. There's also Section 8 housing, extensive Section 8 housing, and there's an elder community also here on the property. All people who have moved here recently, and many of the people, particularly in the condos, are young families. My wife is pregnant, and we're expecting a child this fall. And to read this report and see things, regarding the child health and safety, impact on children's health from changes in air quality, hazardous impacts and safety issues during the operation, and then, during construction, exhaust, noise, vibration, pollutants during construction, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxide emissions that would exceed general conformity and cannot be mitigated. It says that with or without mitigation. We moved in here and we purchased this location knowing that we were near Metro property and that Metro was running some trains, but we just, we didn't really have any idea that a project like this was going to be taken upon so nearby. I don't know if we're within the 500 feet listed in the report that we should be concerned about vibration, but I just wish there was more information, because I think reading this thing, it's kind of scary to think that we're going to be having a baby and living here next to something that could be very disruptive. The trains that come by already are sometimes loud, and sometimes they shake. It feels like an earthquake is happening in our condo. So the idea that we're going to have extensive operation nearby is just frightening. The pollution is frightening for a young child to be around, and I know there's a lot of other families around here, and so. I hope that there'll be reconsideration on the location, and if not, I certainly hope that there's more information provided to the community about this. And again, like I said, I understand these projects are necessary, but I also do feel like with everything that's going on in the world right now, and the pandemic and everything else, I can't help but think that there might be better uses of public funds in this time, just here as of recently. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Derek. Your points are received, and we appreciate you making them. Please know, and everyone online and listening to this broadcast, that the authority appreciates and takes very seriously each and every comment that we received throughout this very important public comment period. We've made every effort to extend the public comment period and ensure that there's accessibility for all to learn about the project and comment about the project. Once again, all of your comments will be recorded as part of the formal environmental process. This public comment period will end on Friday, July 31st, and I encourage you again to consider any additional comments and to share with others that this opportunity is available. Again, the best source of the information on the project is our project website, where you can also submit a comment, receive the documents, and schedule an appointment with an authority staff member. If something is not clear, to educate yourself further in any language, we respect that and encourage that so that information can be provided as we have it available. The document is voluminous. There is an executive summary, which is a more comprehensive, complete summary of the entire document, which we also encourage as a first place to review and understand what is being proposed. Again, on behalf of the California High-Speed Rail Authority, I appreciate each and every one of your participation today. On behalf of the panel, who is very interested in hearing and understanding your comments and has been since their involvement, and it's been quite a long duration to create this draft environmental document. We appreciate and we thank you for all that you do and for your consideration of this project. With that, I would like to express again appreciation to all who have participated and consider this public hearing formally closed. Thank you again and have a good evening.